morning again. My name is Elias Mwangi, the outgoing honorary secretary of the club. I want to ask those members who are having issues to log in. The link is already available on all our WhatsApp group, Telegram. Please log in on the Zoom link so that we can be together in this meeting. Now, I want to invite the chairman. I can confirm the meeting is correct, as at 10:42, 72 members have registered physically, and I can confirm online. Right now, I have 116, but I'm also logged in, so if I exclude myself, that's 115, and the quorum for the AGM is 150. Chairman, Mr. Dominic Chege, I want you to come and call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Honorary Secretary.
Good morning, members. So I think before we start our meeting, it's always good to start with a word of prayer, isn't it? Is Father Maura here?
Then Father Kimani, you take over. Kindly pray for this AGM.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God, our Heavenly Father, we come to you on this 23rd day of March 2024 as members of Ruiru Sports Club, together with our friends, both those who are here and also online. During this day, when we have our annual general meeting, when we look at our internals and externals, look at ourselves and ask ourselves where we have come from, where we are, and where we are going. We pray that you be with us during the whole exercise of the whole day, and grant us peace and unity as we deliberate on various issues that are good for our club, for our families, and for all those people who look towards us. We pray that you guide, then grant wisdom to our leaders who are going to lead in this meeting, and every member who contributes. Lord, we pray for your wisdom, so that all things may be for the greater glory of your name and for the unity of our club. Even as we go to do the elections of our leaders at the end of the day, Lord, we pray that you grant each and every one of us the wisdom to choose and select the best, who is going to be a servant for all. We pray for unity, for the outgoing and for the incoming leadership. Be with us, protect us, and guide us throughout the day. For we ask all this in the name of Jesus the Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Father. And thank you, members, for taking this meeting very seriously. As you have heard, we have quorum already, both physical here and online. As the secretary has said, if you're having issues outside there in virtually online, kindly contact the relevant numbers that have been circulated by the secretary so that you can be assisted. So I hereby want to call this meeting to order. Notice and agenda of 104th Annual General Meeting, Article 9.0 of the RSC Constitution. Pursuant to Article 9.3 of the club's constitution, notice is hereby given that the 104th Annual General Meeting shall be held at the club's premises and virtually, that is both physical and virtually, on Saturday 23rd March 2024, commencing at 10 a.m. We are a few minutes late, sorry for that, for the purpose of transacting the following businesses. Agendas. 1, to determine that the meeting is quorum. We have quorum, that one we have already determined. Reading of the notice of the meeting, that is what I'm doing right now. To record any apologies, that will be done by the secretary. Reading and approval of the 103rd AGM minute held on 25th March 2023. Reading and approval of the SGM minute held on 4th August 2023. Presentation and adoption of the chairman's report for the year 2023. Presentation and approval of the audited accounts for the year 2023. Presentation and approval of the annual budget for the year 2024-2025. Appointment of auditors for the year 2023-2024. Presentation and approval of live membership applications. We have a few members who have applied for that. We will have to approve or disapprove. Ratification and adoption of the RSC strategic plan, the 5-year strategic plan, which was already circulated. Presentation and approval of the sponsored motions. We have some motions, some members have sent some motions. We are going to look at those issues. Ratification of the election of the golf committee, the lady golf captain, and the bowling captain. And I hope they are already here with us because we have to ratify them physically. Are they around? Do you have the captain, incoming captain? She's the captain, then the lady captain. She's there. Mr. Muraguri? Not yet. And also John Kahongo, is he around? Because it has to be done physically, they have to come here. Then from there, we'll have the election of office bearers for the year 2024-2025. And then after that, we have AOB, just any other business. So I've called the meeting to order by reading that. And now I call the secretary to come and state whether we have any apologies. Secretary, just come.
Thank you, Chairman. I have not received any official apology, so we can continue.
All committee members, the current members of the management committee, we have your chairs in front here, so that in case there is any question that touches on your docket, you can be able to answer when you're in front here. So don't sit behind, come in front here. All the members of management who are with us here today. And we expect all of them to be here physically. We don't want members of the management to be virtual. They should be here physically. Now, we have no apologies. The secretary has received no apologies. So now, we are going to read and approve the 103rd AGM minute held on 25th March 2023. We are starting with the AGM. 103rd AGM. That is item number 4. Then we go to the SGM. So, members, you received this minute. We circulated them on March 1st. I assume that you have gone through them, you have read them. So it is up to you to decide whether we are going to read again together. We go through them. The secretary can do that. If not, do we assume you have read, and then we go to the matters arising? What do you decide for sake of time? Do we read them again? Yeah? Is it? Remember, whoever wants us to go through them, word by word, we read. So I assume you have read them. So we are going to have them approved. And then we discuss, after that we discuss the matters arising from that AGM of the 103rd AGM 2023. Is that in order? Members, I want us to work together. That is in order. So do we have a proposer? Because we are approving now. Yeah, we have William Kamau. Do we have a Skoda? Then once you start up, you say your name and your membership number.
Yes, good morning, members. My name is William Irari Kamau, member number 23009, and I propose.
Thank you. Sekoda.
Morning, members. My name is Jefferson Kariuki, membership number 194.
Thank you, Jeff. Now we are going to look at the matters arising from those minutes very quickly. 103rd annual general. The first one is the management committee. I think everything is in order there. Trustees, Gabriel Mudware. There was no Shira Kiokia. Can you confirm you are not in during that AGM? Shira Kiokia, I saw him. Were you there? So the minutes are correct. In attendance was Dr. Munywa Mwaura, Metropolis Planning and Environment. The auditors were also there, and of course we had the apology from Professor. Then the meeting started with a word of prayer from Father Maura, member number 181, 2022. The notice was called to order. The secretary confirmed that in accordance with the club constitution at Article 9.6, that time, the meeting was queried. He went ahead to give highlights of the notice convening the meeting that would be deliberated and read minutes of the 102nd annual general meeting. On a proposal by Stanley Nyinge, member number 18, 18560, and it was proposed by Stanley Nyinge and seconded by Jimmy Kamau, member number 181, 999, and the notice was adopted. So matters arising quickly. Simon Geshuru, member number 18401, requested for clarification of which law firm was acting on behalf of the club matter on land compensation. Trustee Mudwale clarified that the correct position was that the club will consider hiring a law firm to pursue the matter. This was noted as an amendment on the minutes of 102nd AGM. Gumo Kengori, number 20088, noted that the printed constitution had changes in clause 55.3 from what had been previously shared as draft constitution clause 5.6, and wanted to understand how this happened. Justice Duma, member number 18702, a member of the club constitutional review committee, clarified that this was deliberate after discussion with the committee. Justice Duma confirmed that he also noted that the term limit clause was missing even after giving his best effort to review the constitution before the printing. He sincerely apologized to the members and promised that the clause will be available in the revised edition. He went ahead to confirm that the missing term limit clause was not going to affect the elections of the 103rd AGM. Mr. Mukururi, member number 13202, emphasized on the need to improve on the documentation of club records correctly, because once approved and signed, they became legal documents. And I think that has been happening. The chairman informed the members that the club had recorded excellent financial results. He informed members that the goal of the year 2023 was infrastructure development and systems upgrade. The chairman invited the trustees to present their report to the members. Trustee Lucy Kwedo informed the members they were making good progress to have the land compensation money paid to the club. Trustee Lucy explained that they had signed a 5-year lease with the Lemuru Gang Club, and the annual fee was increased from 50,000 to 120,000. The trustees signed another 5-year lease with Theta Cultural Group for the interest and protection of both parties. The lease of Theta Cultural Group will be renewable every 2 years, and the annual fee was set at 6,000. Trustee Lucy went ahead and to confirm the club was involved in the following cases. There was a taxation of fee service rendered to the club by Jero Nyaga and advocates. Appeal by Mr. Deuri seeking the club's compensation to put on hold until judgment is issued. Royal Sports Club versus people on the riparian land. That is fairway number 4. The parties are waiting court ruling. Trustee Lucy reiterated the resolve of the trustees to continue protecting and preserving the club's property. At this juncture, the chairman gave an opportunity to Procurement and Disposal Committee Edith Goge to present their report, and the report highlighted the projects that were able to complete during their tenure. I don't think there is any number that arising from there. It was a report. Then the chairman went ahead to inform the members there are no major economic hit to the club coming from a backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic. He explained that the management committee had put in place strong financial management control measures to be adhered to. In return, club revenues grew by 39.3 from 51.6 in the previous year to 71.9. He further explained that the management committee had facilitated the development of club's master plan awaiting adoption at the Horeva, and I think it was adopted, so there's no matter arising from there. What is pending there is the registration of that master plan, and it is in today's report. The chairman informed the members that the HR policy was being implemented and management has embarked on ensuring that key dockets had the right qualified personnel. He went ahead to explain to the members that the club faced harsh weather during the dry season, and this necessitated the need to sink a new borehole. With the aim of improving the caddies' hygiene on the course, the chairman informed members that the management had to put up a caddies' washroom in the course. Regarding the lad compensation, the chairman informed the members that the management, together with trustees, were following up on the matter to ensure the money is paid. And we'll get an update on that from the trustees. On a proposal by Susan Mukururi, member number 183-02B, seconded by Andhu, member number 18705, the chairman's report was adopted. So it was proposed by Susan and adopted by Andhu. Then there was a presentation of and approval of the audited reports. I don't think there are any matters arising there. Members, if there is any question on that, you can ask, because they were presented by the firm. Then there was a presentation and approval of the annual budget. The treasurer presented his report and highlighted key areas that were earmarked for development in the coming year. These areas included revamping of the coverage, upgrade of the clubs, ICT, infrastructure, systems, and construction of a dome tent. He further informed the members of the proposal by the management to increase the club joining fee. And I think all those were approved. The Honorable Treasurer informed the members that the total capital budget for the year 2023 was 33.3 million. This was proposed by William Kamau, member number 23009, and seconded by Paul Wamai, member number 18649. The budgets for the year 2023 were approved and adopted. Ratification of the election of the golf captain, lady captain, and bowling convener. This one was just a formality and it went on. I don't think there are any issues arising. Ratification and adoption of the Railroad Sports Club master plan. This was presented and it was adopted. It was proposed by John Gishuru, member number 19283, and seconded by Professor Mwangi Keji, member number 18372. And the master plan now was ratified and adopted as an official document to guide the development and growth of this club for the next 30 years. Election of office bearers for the year. The following members were elected as the new office bearers for the year 2023-2024. There was Chairman Dominic Chege, Mary Mudhoni Vice, Arias Mwangi on Secretary, David Kabera Treasurer, Thomas Maura Membership Secretary, Jesse Degwa Golf Captain, Susan Mukururi Lady Captain, Mary Wangeshi Kitchen Convener, Isaac Golko Security Convener, Johnson Waweru Maintenance Convener, John Kahongos Bowling Convener, David Mirori Sports Convener, Frederick Kongo Bar and Entertainment Convener. Appointment of auditors for the year 2023-2024. On a proposal by Gabriel Mudhware, member number 18139, seconded by Peter Mwaura, member number 18359. Base partners. Their base is actually BACE, not BASE. Base partners were appointed as the club auditors for the final year, having served the club previously for 2 years. You know, auditors serve for a maximum of 3 years, unless the members decide otherwise. Any other business? The following members applied for live membership and they were approved as follows. There was John Kanyora, member number 18297. Application was accepted. Proposal was Peter Mwaura, member number 18359, and seconded by Cyrus Wakaro, member number 18066. Susan Kanyora, member number 18997B. Application was accepted. The proposal was Catherine Kamene, member number 19286, seconded by Mike Nyangi, member number 18295. Major retired James Jogona, member 18269. Application was accepted. The proposal was Brigadier Mohammed, member number 18044, seconded by PN Borough, member number 18482. The proposal to introduce a sports levy was noted to be a substantive matter, hence could not be discussed. There being no other AOB, the Honorable Secretary declared the 103 AGM closed. So I've gone very fast. If there are any matters I've passed, anything you want to raise on that, maybe you can, because we now need to go to the SGM minutes. Are we okay so far? We okay? We move on? Thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah? Yeah.
The pages number, please.
Okay, that one will be done. It will be formatted to reflect the pages.
Now we have to go to the SGM, and I invite the Secretary, Elias Kibebe, to take us through that very quickly. The SGM minutes, the matters arising.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, before probably I read the minutes, do we take them as read? We get a proposer and a seconder. Can I have a proposer? Oh, for the SGM now. Okay. All right. I'll go straight to the minute. These are the minutes of the special general meeting held on 4th August 2023 at Rido Sports Club grounds at 5 p.m. Present were the management committee. Dominic Chege, chairman, was there. Mary Modoni, vice chairman. Elias Mwangi, the honorary secretary. David Kabera, the honorary treasurer. Thomas Maura, the membership secretary. Jesse Degwa, the golf captain. Isaac Goko, security convener. Johnson Wawero, the maintenance convener. Peter Maura, the immediate past chairman. Charles Madenge, the bowling convener. Trustees present were Gabriel Modware, Lucy Kwendo. Absent with apology was Professor Shira Keokia. In attendance was Paul Wamai, senior counsel from Wamai and Allen Advocates. The agenda 1 was to determine that the meeting was correct. 2, to read the notice of the meeting. 3, to record any apologies. 4, to receive and consider the management and or the trustees' report on the amount expected by Rido Sports Club as compensation for the 6.052 hectares of the club land that was compulsorily acquired by the government of Kenya for the construction of the weighbridge. The reasons why no payment has been forthcoming and what formal action, if any, has been undertaken to expedite the payment. The report was attached. Now, 5, to receive and to consider the management and or the trustees' report on the fees paid or payable for legal and any other services rendered to the club in the process of claiming back the said land or in the process of having the same revalued by the National Lands Commission. The report is attached herewith. 6, to consider and, if not fit, to pass the following resolutions with or without amendments: that a members' special committee, quote unquote, made up of 7 members of the club be and is hereby created and appointed to undertake by itself or through its appointed professional consultants all or any of the following business at the club costs: A, to inquire into the veracity or otherwise of the management and or the trustees' reports presented to the special general meeting and of any answers given to the members' questions. B, to inquire into the efficiency and effectiveness of the management and or the trustees' proposed course of action towards the early realization of the expected land compensation monies and to make any independent recommendations thereof. C, to inquire into the efficiency and effectiveness of the management and of the trustees' proposed course of action towards renegotiating and or settlement of the outstanding legal or professional fee touching on the land compensation and to make any independent recommendations thereof. Further, that the following rules and procedures shall apply to the said special committee and to its business. 1, the club secretary shall cause the minutes of the special general meeting creating and appointing the said special committee to be prepared and circulated to members within 3 days after the SGM. 2, the nomination of special committees shall be made at the special general meeting and shall comprise of up to 12 full members of the club who have never served in the management committee. Ballot paper. 3, the special general meeting shall elect by secret ballot 7 out of the eligible members on the ballot paper on the basis of the number of percentage votes cast for each of the 12. That was through electronic voting. 4, the special committee shall appoint from its members a chairman, vice chairman, and a secretary. 5, the minutes of the proceeding of the special committee shall be authenticated by the signatures of either the chairman or the vice chairman alongside that of the secretary or his appointed representative. 6, the special committee shall have free and full access to all club records pertaining to the area of its inquiry. 7, the special committee may interview and, if necessary, obtain written statements from any member of the club or employee. 8, it shall be an act of gross misconduct for any club member, official, or employee to in any way hinder the special committee's work or withhold any information from it. 9, the special committee may receive both verbal and written communication from any member of the club or any of its employees that touches on its areas of inquiry. 10, the club secretary shall, if requested, to do so in writing, facilitate communication between the special committee and any third party or any matter touching on its mandate. 11, the chairman or the vice chairman of the special committee shall submit its report to a special general meeting of the club within 45 days after its appointment. 7, if need be, to nominate and thereafter to elect from those nominees the members of the special committee. The elections will be conducted electronically. Now, minutes number 1 of the SGM. This was the preliminaries and the welcome note. The chairman called the meeting to order after confirming that the meeting was quorate, and he asked Mr. John Jenga to open the meeting with a word of prayer. The chairman then proceeded to give directions on how to conduct the business of the day. At this point, the chairman invited Senior Counsel Wamai to give his legal opinion on the agenda, considering agenda number 5 was touching on a matter in court, and he did not want to be in contempt of court. On his part, Senior Counsel Wamai explained that contempt of court is committed when a matter is discussed or argued out of court before it is determined by the court. While Senior Counsel argued that discussing the matter would be contempt of court, Mr. Mukururi, member number 18302, Mr. Charles Madenge, member number 18054, and Counsel Sira, member number 18564, argued contempt of court was not there because this was the club deliberating on its own matters. Minute number 2, management and trustees report. The chairman invited the mover of the motion, Dominic Madhu, member number 18702, to move the motion for the agenda number 4. Dominic Madhu took to the floor to move his motion, giving a brief background on the agenda. He informed members that the land matter had become a thorny issue for many years, and this was because of misinformation that was reaching the members. The chairman then proceeded to invite Trustee Kwendo to give the trustees' report. In her report, she assured members that they are aggressively pursuing the money to be paid. The chairman went ahead to explain to the members the breakdown of the compensation money, which was as follows. Kenya payment to NLC was Kenya shillings 349,779,975,000. Ministry of Lands was 71,486,990, and the balance from Kenya was 94,850,557. The chairman explained that the compulsory acquired land valuation was Kenya shillings 516,117,522. He went ahead to report that there was hope, as a special committee at NLC had been formed to deal with the RSC file. He requested for 90 days to report back to the members with more updates on the matter. The 90 days period was to commence from the date of the SDM. William Kamau, member number 23009, asked whether the money to be paid will include the accrued interest. The chairman responded by informing members that accrued interest was an item that the club was pursuing. Minute number 3. This is the management and trustees report on the fees paid payable for legal and any other services rendered to the club. The chairman invited the mover of the motion to the floor to move agenda number 5. David Kabera, the honorary treasurer, gave a report on behalf of the trustees on legal fees payable to several cases that the trustees had been following up. Minute number 4. formation of a special committee to investigate and make recommendations on the land matter. The chairman invited the mover of the motion, Dominic Madu, to move the motion. Jeru Nyaga, member number 18276, informed the members that he doesn't support the motion, and he requested the management and the trustees to be more transparent with the members when reporting on compulsory acquired land. Jesse Degwa, member number 18198, informed the members that there was no need to form the special committee, since what came out clearly was that there was lack of proper communication to the members and the 90 days given by the chairman was sufficient. This was supported by Dixon Warwinge, member number 18083. The chairman informed the members that on 4th November 2023, the club will decide on the way forward in relation to the land compensation. He thanked the members for attending the meeting and requested the mover of the motion to give his closing remarks. The meeting closed with a word of prayer from Anthony Kariuki, member number 18024 at 9:35 p.m. Those were the minutes of the SGM. We go to the matters arising now, and I want to take questions from members. And I believe everybody has a copy of these minutes. Okay.
Good morning, members. My name is Dominic Kagwe, membership number 18. 18706. Sorry for that. Just on going back on the SGM that I moved, I think some time ago, our chairman promised to get back to us with some results and a report within 90 days. I believe we are close to 300 days later. So I would want the chairman to keep his word. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I take one more question or two questions so that the chairman can, or whoever is responsible in the management committee, we should be able to answer those questions? That is one question from Dominic Madu. Let me take one from Madenge.
And maybe the chairman to also explain, if he said 90 days, 300 days later, maybe apologize for not keeping his word, and maybe reassure us that when he tells us he will deliver on a certain window, he does that. Thank you.
My name is Charles Madenge, member number 18054. I had decided, my question is very close to that of Matthew, but maybe a different one. Maybe we missed a communication from the chairman that was supposed to come on 4th November 2023. Maybe can the chairman confirm if at all he sent the communication and personally I missed it?
Okay, Egege, last question on this side. Elias Kariuki.
Morning. My name is Elias Kariuki, member number 18799. I think mine is clarity because my question has been preempted. On the fees, I think it's important we include whatever was indicated for clarity, because as it is, it's quite vague. Thanks.
Let me welcome the chairman to answer to those questions.
Thank you for those questions. Madhu, first of all, on the apology, maybe I apologize on behalf of the government because I was not in charge of 100%. My role was to follow up, but you know how the government works. But at that time, when I was talking of 90 days, that is what had been promised. But now, that time they were to form a special committee just to look at the matter, expedite and pay us. But it became a bit more heated at NLC. It became very heated. Some people were for it, others were not for it. So immediately when I saw nothing is moving, and I hope Matthew you are listening, we were advised to go to what we call the Land Acquisition Tribunal. So that Land Acquisition Tribunal took up the matter very urgent. In fact, the Land Acquisition Tribunal has never dealt with such a matter before. Our case was case number 1. It was formed way back, I think, in 1990 something, but our case was case number 1. So that is why it took longer, because they had to constitute the tribunal well, they had to have the secretariat properly, whatever, and we lodged our case. We decided to use a lawyer with a track record. You remember when we were here, you said we need to get a more competent lawyer. I think that was one of the whatever. So we went, we checked around and we discovered the lawyer who helped Sigona get their payment within 1 month. He also helped Impara Club get their money. He's dealing with the with Keno Marwa land compensation. You know, the dual carriageway, he's the one in charge of that. And recently, he's the one who have almost saved the land of Kiambu from being grabbed. So he's a lawyer who is well acquainted with those matter land acquisition. So we'll give a report. We have the report on that. But in summary, the matter was hard to fool. It was completed by the Land Education Tribunal within, I think it took about 60 days. That is why it took that time. We won the case. We are going to get the whole amount of 516. There was nothing deducted. We also won on interest. And they were supposed to calculate the interest from the days, monies were paid separately, at different times. So they are calculating that. So where we are now is we have a court order ordering all those parties to pay. Kenha was told to pay us direct, not to pay through NLC, because NLC are no longer playing the game they were supposed to be. NLC also to pay us, and they were given 21 days. But you know the usual delays. Now, what we are waiting for is a signed decree. You know, you have to get a signed decree. The minute you get a signed decree, the matter is closed completely, and now they are supposed by law to pay us, and we expect this money anytime. But the trustees will also give their report on that. So that is the position, Mr. Madhu. So I apologize on behalf of Land Education Tribunal and the NLC for the delays that they caused. But on my side, I may not be able to apologize because I did nothing wrong. I was really following up on that matter. And these are issues which are online. Anything now to do with court matters, they are all online. You can access, and I think when the judgment was done, Mr. Madhu, you are able to access, and you told me you have seen the judgment, isn't it? So any member can access that. Those are judgments which are open there for anybody to see. So that is the position. So there was, on Charles Madenge's case, there was no communication I did on 4th because I did not want to tell people nothing is happening. That is killing the members. But I was pursuing. That time it was on high gear. We were pursuing the matter, and we did not want any kind of politics because NLC just wait to hear there is some noise coming from Roiro, and then they start citing that as their reason why they are not paying us, saying as a responsible organization, we cannot pay this money to an organization which is fighting over this money. They use very flimsy excuses, but those things still delay the payment. But now we have gone, and we are on the other side. We are now on top of them. So that is the position. But we have the more report from the trustees. Maybe I've talked much of what they would have said, but it's okay. So then we have Elias. Your question was about?
Sorry. I was saying that on minute 3 of the SGM, that it's good that we indicate the amount. You know, it says the Honorable Treasurer gave a report on behalf on legal fees payable to several cases that the trustee.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's.
I think the minutes did not capture, but the Treasurer mentioned the figures. That one I remember. He had a whole list. Maybe the minutes, the figures were not captured, but the Treasurer, when he was giving his report, he had all those figures. It was mostly to do with that time it was Alan Wamai, an advocate, because he's the one who was handling our 3 cases. And then there was Dongo Mwaora, who is handling the riparian land case. Any other? Huh? Any other question? So I can sit. No other question? Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. There being no other question, I would request I get a proposer and a seconder for these minutes. Can I get a proposer? We start with the proposer. Oh, Jimmy Kamau.
My name is Jimmy Kamau, member number 18199. I start to propose the minutes of the SGM as read and understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Can I get a seconder? Foro.
My name is Joseph Foro Kefue, member number 18228. I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph Foro. And now, members, we move to the next agenda. And this is agenda number 11, presentation of the chairman's report. And at this point, I want to invite our chairman, Mr. Dominic Chege, to come and give his report and a few remarks.
Once again, thank you, Honorable Secretary. This is the chairman's report for the year ended March 23rd, 2024. Dear honorable members, I welcome you to the 104th Annual General Meeting and present to you the Ruiru Sports Club Annual Report for the management for the period March 23 to March 24 and financial statements for the year ended December 2023. I hope you have this report online, the people back there, so that maybe you could, although the members also have a copy. The year 2023 was one of our most vibrant years in terms of membership growth, infrastructural development, and positive cohesion. It is also the year that we proudly, with pomp and color, celebrated our 100 years of existence as a club, which was a major event that time, and I thank all members for their participation. With the 2022 national politics slowly fading into the background, we experienced stability and predictable growth projections, which enabled the management to plan and implement approved capital projects with ease. As a result, we managed to post some excellent financial results on top of enjoying substantial growth in both membership and infrastructure. At this point, I want to say we had quite a number of new members that joined the club. If we have any new member who joined 2023, 2024, can they start up? Any new member who joined 2023, 2024? We are sorry we did not have an orientation, but I would call upon the incoming membership secretary to ensure that any new member, when we have new members, they need to be properly oriented by the management committee, isn't it? Keep on, remain standing, please. So, what I want to do is to welcome you to this club. You are have you gone through vetting and approved? So you are members with the equal rights just like any other member. So feel at home and feel welcome. Thank you very much. We need to clap for them. You'll be oriented. I'm sure the incoming membership secretary will organize for a proper orientation with the management committee. It had stopped during the COVID. It used to happen, then COVID came and disrupted quite a number of activities. At the same time, before I continue, I want to pay tribute to the members who we lost in the year. This included our chairman for the year 2008 to 2010, Professor Muigai Wagashanja, and our senior member, Joseph Kamau. Everybody knew Mr. Joseph Kamau. There was a Jay Wahome, who most members say they don't know him. There was Christopher Botte. This is the Botte of Botte Stores in Juja. We lost him during the same time. There was Lile Kimejo, Francis Munene, And just this month, we lost our good friend, Mr. Paul Kamau Waisuzu. So maybe we have a moment of silence. It may not be 1 minute, but just let's remember them in a moment of silence as we stand up. Thank you. You may be seated. So may their souls continue resting in eternal peace. In 2023, our focus was once again on infrastructure improvement and development, systems upgrading, enhanced service delivery, and addressing the staff-related issues, which had become a thorn in the flesh, especially the service. The main goal of this was being enhanced member comfort and increased choice of activities geared towards making Royal Sports Club the best club in this region. It is my humble assumption that we managed to deliver a good percentage of the same. Now, before I go to the main issues, I want at this point to invite the procurement committee through their chairman, Ben Okumu. Is he here? You'll be the first to present. Then after that, audit committee report through their chairman, Grace Miano. Is she here? Or Anthony Kimani, the secretary, they will present their report. And then we'll receive a report from the trustees. Then after that, I'll go ahead with my report. Thank you as we wait for them.
The chairman, all protocols observed. Members of Ruiru Sports Club, my name is Benjamin Okumu. Been sitting in 2023-2024 as a chair of the procurement committee, and we have a small report to share. The procurement committee report for the year 2023-2024. On behalf of the procurement committee, I take this opportunity to thank the management committee and more so the chair and the secretary for allowing us to work with them cordially in the year. We appreciate the honorable members of Ruiru Sports Club for their patience as we worked to make the club a better place. The Ruiru Sports Club The Ruiru Sports Club constitution allows for an elected procurement committee to help oversee and ensure quality products and projects are delivered or procured prudently by the management committee. The committee in the year comprised of Ben, Atlanta, Wangondu, Judy, and Kabera. We were 5 members of the committee. So we held a number of meetings to evaluate tenders and advise the management committee on the preferred suppliers of different items and services. This culminated in the effective and efficient procurement in the year. The committee assisted in enabling the management committee to procure the following projects or services for the club and members' benefit. These projects were budgeted for in the previous year, and therefore we were just doing evaluation of the tenders against the projects that you members approved in the previous AGM. We managed to assist the management committee in the construction of this mega dome that we are sitting in today, which has helped in hosting major events and saving the club a substantial amount. There was a budget for that in the year. We have also assisted the management committee in rehabilitation of the children's playground, which has also made it possible for us to bring our children here every weekend. There is enough space and enough facility. We were also involved in sinking of the new borehole for the purposes of ensuring that our course is well irrigated. And then we also assisted the management committee in making the get area more friendly and more reasonable by bringing up the caddies changing room to improve the hygiene and the face of the club. There was a budget for that. We also helped in erection of the automated vehicular access control from the main entrance. Again, there was a budget for that. Then we also helped them deliver a refurbished 4-foot container for the accounts office. The accountants were sitting just next to the kitchen, as you may know, and therefore we helped procure that container. Again, there was budget for that. Then there are the gazebos that we are enjoying at the mid-course. We were also involved in the construction of the gazebos. A few projects that were also budgeted for that we did not manage to get tenders and help the management committee procure were the makeshift sports pavilion, which had a budget, the swimming pool, washroom extensions, there was a budget allocated to it, then the solar water heating system for the bathrooms and kitchen, which also had a budget. We presume that the next committee that is coming in is going to consider these projects in the next financial year. On behalf of the procurement committee, I take this opportunity to thank you very much for the support you have accorded this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben, Chairman, Procurement. Before we go, any questions? Yeah, there's a question from Madhu.
Thank you. Ben, Mr. Chairman Ben Okumu, thank you and congratulations for a good job. Just a quick one. Are we done with this dome? Because it looks like it's inhabitable during the day, and I'm almost suggesting that we move and start this meeting elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhu. I don't know whether you are talking of the decor or the heat. Because you have to be very clear. The heat also depends on what is in your stomach. Baridi inatoka kwa tumbo, si ndio? So anyway, but I get your point. So in my report, that one is very clearly indicated. This was phase 1. The phase 2 is we cannot leave this dome. We cannot leave this dome the way it is. The floor needs to be done in a very nice modern floor. We need air conditioning. Right now, you can see we have hired AC. We are going to put, even if there are those big fans, whatever you're going to do, it has to be air conditioned. We need proper decor. Where I'm seated here now, you should be seeing me in another angle, electronically. So there's a lot, and it is already there. We have the designs, and it is now the next management to implement that. We even have, proposal for washrooms, especially for the washers. They are unable to run, as quickly to the washrooms. So a place where they can just dash and do the needful. So we have plans, and big plans, and I think we will share these plans. We already have approved plans. We'll share them. It's going to be beautiful. You'll have a bar there. We'll have a kitchenette there, some sinks, more TVs. It's going to be a modern whatever. So thank you for the question, and I hope you are satisfied. Any other question for Ben? Would not have answered that. That's why I answered on his behalf, because it's a projected thing. It's not something procurement have done. Okay.
Simon Duashi Karanja, member number 18552. Okumu, thanks again for that very well done job with your team. The only question I just wanted to be clarified, you mentioned a number of projects that were budgeted in the last financial year. Is the budget still there, or they are going to be budgeted once again in this financial year?
That is for the treasurer to explain, and I'm sure he's going to answer that when he's presenting his report. But the budget is still there. Just carried forward. Just carried forward. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't get his name.
Ben.
Ben. Yeah, my name is Macharia Karani. I'm a member number 23066. And just following up on the point of the children's area. You have said that you modernized the children area. And I'm one of the people who have been patronizing there a lot. And from the previous swing that was there's 3 more additional facilities. So my question is that the final work that you'll be doing for the children area, or there is still more work to come? Then additionally, do you benchmark with other children play areas elsewhere, or how did you come about with that project? Thank you very much.
Okay, that is still outside Ben's whatever. So, number 1, according to the master plan, where the children's play area is supposed to be a modern pro shop. And a pro shop in Ruiru is different from from pro shops in other, because a pro shop in Ruiru must have all the sports products being sold: swimming, bowling, tennis, pool, everything. So that playground, is going to be taken behind the bowling. The electric fence will be extended. There is a plan for that. It's all in the master plan. So it is going to be done. And we have already visited a few. Mostly we are talking of hotels, isn't it? But we have most of the facilities. We just need to add 1 or 2, safer swings and all that. And I would request also the members not to be swinging, because those are basically for kids who are... because I've found a few members swinging and then it breaks. But the plan is to extend them, but not where they are, behind the bowling, where we have a volleyball. You know where we have a volleyball pitch? That is where everything is going to be. And the kids will enjoy there because they'll have access. From the swimming, they can run there, swing, and then come back. It's going to be a complex. So we have plans for that. Okay? Yeah.
Good morning once again. Hi, Ben. This one I want you to respond. I don't want a lawyer. So this is a question regarding the notice board. We are astonished by the response from the members. What was the name? Other departments. We had so many people who are interested in. But for procurement, we only saw 2 candidates. Could this be because of how the kitchen was and people are not interested in coming back to the management? Is it the procurement is not well structured in the constitution and need to be reviewed again? Is it that the management committee did not give enough support to enable the procurement to work, and thus members did not want to work to offer their services through the procurement?
Thank you very much. Incidentally, we are all equal members. And out of that equality, when an announcement is made for elections, it's open to all members. And remember, these are services that are being offered by members who believe they have time to do what is expected of them. I don't want to believe that the management committee stifled our necks that we were not able to deliver. We delivered 90% of the projects that were presented to us by the management. So none of us in the procurement committee felt stifled. And good management also requires that you do something and grow to the next level. So the members of procurement committee felt that they have served the club enough for that particular year, and we have over 3,000 members, and therefore they thought it wise not to propose themselves or offer themselves for that service. The floor was open to all members. This is politics of this club that maybe made it not possible for the procurement office not to be vied for. You have a responsibility as club members, and therefore you require to offer yourself for the services so that this club can move to the next level.
G, do you want to go first? You could go first.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, look at both sides. We are many. My name is John Getao, member number 18202. I have two questions. The first question is, I'm holding the club's constitution, and section 664, subsection 7 is saying the honorary treasurer be a member of the procurement and disposal standing committee. I believe if that's the case, there's a bit of conflict of interest or autonomy of procurement committee. I start to be guided on I believe we have a procurement policy and how it talks about that section, whether the treasurer also is a member of the procurement committee. The second thing is from the projects that we have been told, the first project is a borehole. I believe most of us woke up and found a drilling rig there. We were not informed. We did not see any advertisement on the same. I don't know what is the threshold as per also the policy on matters advertising for tendering, because I believe that issue was overlooked. And if at all it was a matter of emergency, there are also procedures that we are supposed to be informed. I believe there's something like request for quotation, where now you can get companies that can be able to tender. I also happen to be a member of the evaluation committee of the master plan. We did an advertisement in the national newspaper requesting for tenders. The companies that applied for that tender, most of the company that did the master plan was not among those companies. What happened in between, I don't know. I also need to be guided on the same. Thank you.
Thank you, John G. I will answer the question on the Constitution. The Constitution is a document that was given to all of us for a long period. We went through it, and it was passed here in an AGM that the treasurer will be a member of the procurement committee. As the committee chair, I had no obligation but to accept what is constitutionally right to have him in the committee. There must have been reason why the management or the members thought that the treasurer was supposed to be in that committee. This is the governing body, and therefore if you feel that it is wrong for the treasurer to be in that committee, we have all the reason to tender our applications and have this matter discussed and dispensed of, and it can be deleted from the Constitution if the members feel it would be a conflict of interest. I will say something about the borehole. On the borehole issue, yes, you came and found a rig on the ground. I am sure it's the same thing that happened. You came and found contractors putting a container at some place, and you found a contractor putting something to control vehicular access at the road. It is clear that everything that comes from the members is taken to the management committee. The management committee evaluates, because you have given the management committee the mandate to work on your behalf. They evaluated and found it necessary at that particular time to have the borehole for the purposes of making our Gulf more friendly and taking care of the fairways. So the management felt it was an urgent procurement, and the Constitution also gives them authority to take action where it is needed. Chairman.
I remember during my monthly update, I think monthly or either quarterly, if you read them, I'm sure most of the members don't read this report. If you read those reports, I used to mention every time that the management is planning to do the following things. And one of the things was the borehole. And I said it is an emergency. We have gone through procurement. They have given us the go-ahead. We had to go. They said we have to go to the best in the market. That is why we used Davis and Shatleaf. And that thing was done procedurally. And I was always informing the members through my bulletins, even about this container, the container here, even the dome, even the vehicle access system, even the caddies toilet, the gazebo. If you read my reports, and I was very, writing them and setting them until I realized nobody is reading them, all this information was there. Now, hearing that people are not informed is a surprise to me, because I used to circulate all those information, hang them on the board here, and even circulate online. So that is a position I would like to say. But that borehole issue was an emergency. If you remember how it was that time, we had to do it as an emergency, and the procurement committee allowed us to do that. And we had to go for the best company, and the best company that time was Davis and Shatleaf, because we knew if we tried to get another company, it will be haywire, it will be fireworks here. So that's where we had to go for Davis and Shatleaf, regardless of whether they were more expensive or cheaper, just to make sure the members are satisfied with the provider. Thank you.
Chairman, just a point of order. I believe we respect all offices, but procurement is there for a purpose.
Yeah.
So if at all now you say the management committee and your bulletins, we have been informing us, we agree. But now we're also talking about follow a procurement process. Was the procurement process followed? I think I'm not a technical person. Davis and Sheriff, their core business is to sell equipments, not to drill. I don't know. So I believe we agree that's the route that was taken. But I feel we have not empowered the procurement committee. And if at all that's the trend we are going to see, I believe maybe part of the reason that somebody have raised, people are not interested because of, from your explanation, management committee have overtaken the procurement committee. So I still seek your guidance on the same. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, John. What happened was we wrote to procurement committee, and the chairman is here and the members are here, they can attest to that. And we told them there is an emergency need here, we need a borehole. What they told us was the management will give you a go-ahead. They have the right to give you a letter of no objection. We have that letter of no objection to go ahead in our files. So that was the procedure we followed, because those were emergency works. The emergency works, we needed a borehole as fast as possible, so we got a letter of no objection from procurement, and that is a procedure. It was well followed up, and that is not the only letter we got from procurement. We got another letter before. I think we were trying to do something. I can't remember, but it is a procedural matter. It is a procedural matter, and we did that, and he can attest to that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Okumu, for the good report. And I wish you well in your future endeavors. I wish to take you back to your report. I would have been interested to hear, having served as the procurement chair, and that there's going to be an incoming procurement committee, what recommendations would you give to that incoming committee so that we can strengthen the role of this committee in terms of enhancing the degree of transparency in procurement, as well as strengthening the procurement procedures? I don't know what circumstances lead to there being a letter of no objection, Chair, because I believe the procurement committee is there for a purpose, and that purpose being that this is a constitutional committee ought to be respected and followed. And where that such a letter is issued, there needs to be reasons as to why that is offered. So I would be interested to know what recommendations your committee would give to the incoming procurement committee, so that we can strengthen the role of that committee within this club. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think on the recommendations I would give, it would be prudent and fair to give these recommendations to the incoming committee when we are handing over to them. That would be the most appropriate time to give them what we have felt and how we expect them to move on. Otherwise, asking an AGM to
to start discussing that, it would be a motion which was supposed to have been handed over to the chair in good time. So we are hoping that we are going to get a new procurement committee, and when we shall be handing over, we have a full document, a handover document that has all the details of the pros and cons and how we have gone through. On the matters of the letter of no objection, it is constitutionally right. It is one of the purposes of the procurement committee that the management committee would request for a letter of no objection depending on a few matters that they would want to go through with. It is not the prerogative of the chairman of the procurement committee to write that letter unless the committee meets and agrees and votes over it, and then we see whether it's necessary to give a letter of no objection or not. It is part of the mandate of the procurement committee.
Good morning, members. I'm Nathaniel Ngoithe, membership number 18306. Chairman, thank you. I believe you've done your best. My main question, as you said, we woke up and just found people drilling, isn't it? Was there a technical team that came and did a research and told you as the committee that this is where the ball should be done? As I hear people say, and I'm here to question also, is it true that the borehole down there has now drained the borehole that has been serving the club for the past few years?
Thank you, Bwana Ngwithi. Just before the chairman speaks, you have asked whether the committee was consulted and if there was a technical hand on that. I am sure if you have dug a borehole anywhere professionally, there is somebody who comes to do a survey to find out where the water is from an engineering and geospatial point of view. So we did not just wake up and come and drill a borehole. There must have been some inspection. There must have been some report. There must have been the length of the depth the borehole is going to go and how much water they expect. And immediately after they sunk the borehole, they tested the borehole to see whether we got to the right aquifer and we got the right amount of water. What somebody was asking on the forum was why a borehole was dug just next to another borehole. It was the professional view from the people who were given the authority to seek space for where to drill the borehole, and therefore that's what happened. The chairman would get to answer that.
I don't know whether Engineer Patrick Kareri is here, because we moved with him that journey from zero, but we brought technical people. They tested very many sites. They went, and if you remember, there used to be a stick there for quite some time, and they said this is the right place to have the borehole. Number two, this other borehole is about 70, is it feet or meters? Yeah. And this borehole has, the problem is it has enough water, because the two boreholes are on different aquifers, and they tested that and they showed us the diagram. There's a way they can check down there. And they showed us this is the aquifer for this new old borehole, and this is the aquifer, and there's no way this one can drain water to the other. We have a problem with the new, and we are planning to work on it. Number one, the pump is clogged. We need to remove the pump and resurface it, or if not that, we need to buy a new pump. And also, we need clean. It needs to be cleaned. I think there is a bit of some materials down there which are clogging the pump, and that is why we are having a problem with the new, not because of the old, not with the old borehole, not because of the new borehole. The new borehole is very dependent geologically and everything else. But currently the club is using the solar water heated from, well pumped from the new borehole as we work on this old borehole, which we must maintain. And it's just a matter of servicing the pump and ensuring everything is in order. I think we now get the last question so that we go to the other point. PN.
Thank you, Chairman. Hope I'm heard clearly. My name is PN Boru, member number 18482. I stand here to to just chip in my contribution towards this argument about procurement committee. It is our committee, when we sat and reviewed the constitution of the club, that found it very necessary to have a procurement committee so that they can protect the finances of the club. Those are members long enough who realize or remember that we just could see developments going on in the course, and we never knew exactly what was spent on it, whether we are going for the best bidders or whatever. So as I understand now, Mr. Okumu and your committee, that from the contest that now looks like there's an effort to kill this particular procurement committee, is going to be very unfortunate for the club. Because if you remember well, we were actually querying the chairman then. You know, we were querying them a lot and doubting what was actually spent on various projects in the club. I am not going to start naming them, but for those of you that have been here long enough know very well that when we came up with that idea, it was purely to save the finances of the club, also protect the names of the office bearers, because you can imagine you are the chairman there or you are treasurer there, and you have decided to do something outside the master plan that have already been set, and we are talking there, we are sending messages and doubting your integrity. So you should actually make sure that you are using that to also protect your integrity when it comes to these kind of matters. And I want to believe that even as we go forward in terms of many other developments that are coming within the master plans and all that kind of thing, that each one of us will protect the procurement committee so that it does its work independently. And I also want to doubt whether my committee, which actually came up with that, included the treasurer as a requirement to sit in that particular committee. I don't have the records here with me, but I doubt whether we had put the treasurer there, because I think personally that the treasurer would sway the decision of such an independent committee. Thank you very much, Chairman. Long live Royal Sports Club.
Thank you, PM, and that's the last, because we have to go on. You'll ask at another time. But PM, okay, you know now it is a constitutional issue, so it is the members to say, to move a motion, maybe now in 2025, that the treasurer, or in an SGM, that the treasurer needs to be removed from, you know, it's a constitutional issue now. But the procurement is very important, and members, even if we don't have members there, we need members to join that. I don't know how we are going to do it, but we must have members in the procurement committee. And those members, please, the members who are joining these committees, ensure you are available and you are ready to give your service and your time, because these are committees which are supposed to meet sometimes even 2 or 3 times a month. Ensure you are available, because if you are not available, you are derailing the management work, the management committee's work. And eventually all the blame will go to the management. They did nothing. I cannot start here and start blaming the procurement. I will look like I'm a joke, isn't it? But the committees have to do they also have to be very active. I'm not saying procurement were not active, but anybody interested in joining committees, please be ready to offer your services. Ambassador, you are really keen to say something. Go ahead.
Chair, this is a burning issue. I didn't say my name. I'm Simon Gishuru, member number 18401. Chair, I'll take issue with the issue of the letter of no objection from the procurement committee. While it is a provision in certain procurement processes, I believe there ought to be clear guidelines as to how such a letter can be issued by the procurement committee, because they have a specific mandate to ensure that procurement of goods and services above a certain threshold goes through the procurement committee. So when you tell us that the borehole, you issued a letter of no objection, the dome, you issued a letter of no objection, the other project, a letter of no objection, isn't that an absconding the duties that we have according to you as the procurement committee? I think any letter of no objection issued, the reasons ought to be communicated clearly to the members so that we are aware as to why such a letter has been issued. Otherwise, it would be a loophole for other projects to obtain letters of no objection for such kind of thing.
Just before Ben comments, that is fully understood. But the dome, there was no letter of objection.
The letter of objection was only from the borehole, and you guys do remember how the situation was. The borehole was very, very urgent. And immediately we dug that borehole. Everything changed in the course, isn't it? Everybody was saying the course is now good. So that was a very important aspect, and we had to go that way. But it was only for the borehole. The dome went through the process, but Ben can talk much about that.
Thank you, Chair. I think we are in a civil meeting, and it's only fair to be civil and have decorum and have evidence when we are speaking, so that we can speak with authority. I sat in that committee, and when you mentioned that there were letters of no objections being given helter-skelter, it means that we were just there being used by the management committee. I beg to differ, because I'm not the kind of person who will allow myself to be misused by a committee. I would easily resign. Okay? So the dome went through the process. We went further from our engineering point of view and visited sites where the persons who have put up this dome have done a similar dome. Not once, and not only for that particular contractor. There were 5 bids. I visited 3 or 4 places where domes have been done, and that's how we landed onto this gentleman, okay, who did this dome. So it's unfair to refer to us as a committee that was just signing letters of no objection. Number 2, the Constitution gives us authority to do that. And within the constitutions, there are rules and regulations that operationalize the Constitution. And the rules and regulations for the procurement committee are available. They are not for the committee members. It's a public document. You are free to come and interrogate that document. I beg to take a break.
Thank you. That's the head of the procurement process. Urgently, I want to invite the audit committee to come and present their report. Point of order.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Peter Nudhu, member number 21135. Chairman, just as the audit committee chair comes, just wanted to check first. I'm a CPA, so it is in order for the committee, the audit committee report to have been discussed with management committee. So just point out that whether that has been done. And Chair, as you have seen from the procurement report, would you just guide us on explain why these reports were not shared in advance? Thank you, Chair.
Hello, shared to the members or to? I don't think we normally share them with the members. These are reports. These are standing committee reports. They just come and present them here. But they have shared with me before, so I have an idea. But it is an independent report. If the members want everybody to be given all these reports, there's no problem with that. These are open reports. They can be shared in good time. There is no problem with that. Okay?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anthony Kimani, member number... My name is Anthony Kimani, member number 2004. I serve in the audit committee, the current audit committee, as a secretary. And I'm here to present to you the audit committee report for the last financial year. But before I do that, I think it's important to emphasize that this is the first time in this club that we are having the audit committee. It's a very, very important committee, and because why? Because it's an oversight committee that helps the management, in terms of reviewing the processes that are going on in the club, highlighting areas that we have gaps and what needs to be rectified. And so I'm privileged to be, to be serving in it. It was a new office, so we set it up from the scratch. And I strongly believe that, fellow, professionals, CPAs and other professionals can issue their time and come and serve in this important committee. Now to my report. Sorry, our report, the audit committee report. Ruiru Sports Club is a private member-owned corporate and family-oriented club with an elite and culturally diverse membership. The club was established in the year 1922, first as a tennis club and later as a golf course in 1923. It has since evolved to provide various sporting activities to its members. The overall control, management and administration of Ruiru Sports Club is vested to the management committee and the board of trustees. Ruiru Sports Club has continuously improved its governance system over the years, in the most recent milestone being the enactment of the new constitution in the year 2022. The new constitution established the internal audit committee as one of the standing committees, and among the only two whose members are elected by the club members during the annual general meeting, that is under Article 9.8.19 of the Constitution. And the following are the members of the initial audit committee voted by you last year. The chairman is Grace Miano. The secretary is me, Anthony Kimani. We have a member, Gumo Kingori, another member, Christopher Kiai, and we co-opted another member by the name Kibera Maina, so that we can form at least a quorum of 5 members for ease of decision making. Achievements. Formulation, one of the key things we did was to formulate the audit charter, which was aimed at providing clarity on the committee's authority, the scope of work, responsibilities, reporting requirements, resource requirement, and auditing standards to be applied in audit, among others. The charter will ensure the committee is able to effectively discharge its responsibility and give value to the club. The charter will be used as a reference to future audit committees with review from time to time, depending on their responsibilities. 2, outlining the audit plan for the financial year. At the beginning of the financial year, we highlighted the key areas that we needed to look at based on the risks based on the risks that were affecting various areas in the club. 3, opinion. We gave an opinion on the proposed public golf range. There was a special request that was made by the management committee to the audit committee to evaluate there was a proposal to lease the public golf range. So the internal committee conducted a detailed evaluation regarding the proposal to lease the public golf range. This analysis identifies several factors that make leasing an attractive option, such as if there are limitations in resources and financial constraints. However, the committee recommended against leasing, advocating instead for the club to utilize its existing resources to manage the golf range directly. It emphasized on the necessity of adhering to the club's strategic plan and enhancing technical capacity internally. Should leasing be considered, the strategic plan and enhancing technical capacity internally would be key important. Should leasing be considered, the committee advised on specific conditions to ensure flexibility, informed decision making, and the club's financial interest, while ensuring that this is done with a resolution from the membership. The other opinion we gave is on land compensation. The audit committee reviewed the situation regarding the compulsory acquisition of Ruiru Sports Club land by the Kenya National Highways Authority, highlighting legal disputes over ownership and compensation. The club was awarded 516 million as compensation, but the release of these funds has stalled due to a dispute between Njeru Nyaga and company advocates. The court thereafter ruled in favor of the law firm, imposing additional financial burdens to the club. However, the club has lodged an appeal and the parties agreed to have the sums awarded to the court, the sums awarded by the court to the law firm to be held in an escrow account pending the outcome of the appeal. The management committee has also stepped up its efforts of having the sums awarded to the club released to the club with the land acquisition tribunal ordering the release of the funds. The delay in the release of the funds poses significant financial risk to the club, affecting investment opportunities, growth, and operational stability. It was also the opinion of the audit committee that alternative dispute resolution mechanisms should be adopted between the firm, that is Njaro Nyaga and Company Advocates, and the club in order to end the dispute. In addition, the audit committee strongly advises the management committee that upon receipt of the land compensation funds, the management committee should prioritize the allocation towards long-term investments. This strategic approach is intended to ensure that the principal amount remains intact, while only the interest or returns generated from these investments are utilized. Importantly, the utilization of the interest earned should strictly be limited to capital expenditure, what we usually refer as CapEx projects, such as acquiring new assets or upgrading existing ones, rather than covering operating expenses, what we refer to as OPEX. This approach will aid in the sustainable growth of and financial health of the club, ensuring resources are invested in enhancing the club's value and capabilities rather than in routine operational costs. There are some few areas we managed to audit during the year, and one was a special request by the management committee on golf balls administration. The audit investigation into golf ball management at the club revealed several significant issues, encompassing transparency deficiencies in ball pools management, inadequate record keeping, insufficient standard operating procedures, and poor segregation of duties. These issues have led to potential financial losses, operational inefficiencies, and risks of mismanagement. To address these issues, the audit committee recommendations were made for ensuring accurate ball pool golf issuance, conducting post-tournament reconciliations, and maintaining separate accounts for different activities. Moreover, enhancing record keeping by automating the process, establishing clear policies and procedures for golf ball management, segregating duties within the golf administration office, and strengthening internal controls were suggested. The management, on the other side, responded proactively to the audit findings by initiating several corrective actions. These include improving financial reconciliation processes, adopting suggested management templates, implementing comprehensive procedures for golf ball management, and revising roles within the golf administration to prevent overlap. Additionally, efforts are being made to align ball pool revenue with the distributed golf balls, upgrade the ICT system for accurate financial recording, and develop policies for the management of uncollected golf balls. Enhanced record keeping processes are being established, and procurement practices are being revised to ensure transparency compliance. The other area of audit was the ICT systems. The IAS audit proposed to ascertain the operational efficiency of the RSC information systems. The IAS audit proposed to ascertain the operational efficiency of RSC information systems, review security controls, and legal and regulatory compliance, as well as value for money. Key findings of the IS audit was that there is no evidence that there is any legal binding contract between Royal Sports Club and Netrix Business Systems Limited, who is the service provider. So without a contract, it was not possible to establish the obligation of the parties, including ownership of the system, scope of the system, or the cost of the system. In the absence of a contract, the audit team resolved to terminate the audit process. Subsequently, considering the significance of this discovery, the committee feels obligated to propose the following controls to ensure that future acquisitions of products or services are conducted procedurally and by individuals authorized to do so. So the following controls are proposed for consideration by members. 1. A member may not serve on the executive committee for more than 2 consecutive years. Why? The justification is that this control aims to reduce the risk of fraud, errors, and irregularities by preventing a member from engaging in misconduct without detecting through prolonged collusion. Additionally, It will improve the oversight by allowing different individuals to monitor various processes and operations, potentially identifying inefficiencies, weaknesses, or areas of improvement. The second proposal is that any financial commitment of Ruiru Sports Club will only be considered valid if executed conjointly by the club treasurer and the chairman or the secretary of the procurement committee where applicable. Why? The procurement committee, established as a standing committee by RSC Constitution, is responsible for overseeing the acquisition of products and services for RSC while ensuring value for money. Past purchases have sometimes bypassed the procurement committee, leading to risks to financial integrity. This control aims to ensure that only purchases processed by the committee are recognized as valid and therefore eligible for payment. The third proposal is the treasurer shall ensure that a quarterly publication of financial commitments made by the club during the preceding quarter. Why? The control aims to improve the transparency by ensuring that members are informed about the liabilities incurred by the club executive committee. The fourth control, the executive committee, in accordance with Article 17.6 of the RSC Constitution, shall assign a member or office responsible for ensuring documentation and maintaining of critical records, including executed contracts, commitment letters, employee employment files, RSC policy and standards, standard documents, etc. Why? Because this control aims to improve the clarity in managing crucial information for Ruiru Sports Club, including requirements for retention, storage, retrieval, and archival. It will also ensure information relevant for audit and other oversight roles is accessible centrally. The fifth proposed control is that any financial loss resulting from the actions or negligence of a member or official shall be recovered from the responsible party. The justification is that this control aims to ensure that the financial commitments of Ruiru Sports Club are authorized procedurally. Additionally, it outlines the consequences for engaging in activities within the club that are not permitted by the current RSC Constitution and policy. The other area of audit was leases. The primary objective was to examine all the documents associated with RSC leases, identifying rights and obligations, and verifying if these obligations have been met and rights maintained. The management did not provide the lease documents in good time, and so the audit committee could not proceed with the exercise. The fourth area was the finance. The audit identified several operational and financial management challenges faced by the club, alongside strategies for improvement and management's commitment to address these issues. Key findings included the absence of an updated fixed assets register, and the absence of a stock policy. Furthermore, the review of creditors and debtors lists highlighted issues such as non-pre-qualified suppliers, delayed payment allocations, accumulation of subscription beyond permissible limits, and system limitation in member management. The proposed controls focus on developing necessary documentation and policies, pre-qualifying suppliers, systems upgrades, and process improvement to ensure efficient and transparent operations. Specifically, these controls suggest the development of an asset register, implement accounting manual, stock management policy, regular supplier pre-qualification, and system enhancement for real-time financial operation and automatic member upgrades. Management response across these areas emphasizes a commitment to take action, particularly through upgrading the systems to support the club operation and financial processes. Additionally, there is a strong focus on staff capacity building to ensure the effective implementation of current and any upgrades to the system and adherence to the new policies. This response indicates a proactive approach towards rectifying identified gaps and enhancing the club's overall operational efficiency. Finally, the audit committee is responsible for conducting appraisal of the club's activities, financial and otherwise, and giving assurance to club management committee on the adequacy and effectiveness of the control systems in place. The committee will also assist the RSC Management Committee in evaluating and reporting effectiveness of the controls in place and ensuring that the laid down procedures, policies and procedures and guidelines that govern the various aspects of the club activities are adhered to, and also ensure that where the policies and procedures have not been formulated or codified, this is done to minimize the exposure of risk to the club. This role will also include periodic testing of transactions, best practice reviews, special investigation, and appraisals of regulatory requirements and review of measures undertaken by the Management Committee to help detect and prevent fraud. In conclusion, we wish to assure the members that the Management Committee, in conducting the business in the club, have done to the best of their ability, and this can be supplemented by implementation of the recommended opinions, findings, and audit committee for continuous improvement. Thank you so much, members, and be blessed.
Thank you, Secretary, Audit Committee, for that report. Before you sit, maybe we could have one or two questions. We are trying as much as possible to go within our timelines, but we can allow a few questions so that the matters are sorted out.
How are you doing, the Secretary to the Audit Committee? I'm very happy with the report regarding the report. But unfortunately, we don't have this report. You are raising so very patent issues, some even touching the Constitution, regarding the executive. But within the short time that we have here, your report may be not very useful at this time, but very useful for this club to going forward. I don't know if at all it will be very appropriate if this report is given the appropriate respect it should, because it's a very good report, and given a time to be discussed when we all have read it, and so that the input and the time that you have given to that report can be of help to this club.
Thank you, Bwana Secretary. I think that was a commendable job that you've done there. And I also want to support what Bwana Charles is saying, that during AGM, we have got a program that must be strictly adhered to. So that leaves us with very little time to digest and debate those very, very important recommendations. But I have got just a quick question on one of your very key important recommendation that takes us back to procurement. If I have heard it right, you have talked about strengthening and making sure that the procurement entity is respected and effective. And that is a recommendation. So I am wondering, seated here wondering, and this is after a very good presentation from Ben Okumu, who's also done a sterling job. Are we then saying that we still have some gaps within the operations of the procurement committee? Because those recommendations would have to emanate from some challenges that maybe have been experienced. My second question is the audit that you have done on land. We all know how sensitive this issue has been. And you have talked about, you've updated us on the appeal. And I don't know if it falls under your realm or we'll have to wait for the trustees report or the chairman, but since you've audited it, on the appeal side, is it true? Because we like, questions, answers, then we are all on a very clear picture, because lack of answers sometimes will breed suspicion and hearsay, which is not very healthy. Is it true that when we lodged this appeal, we did not submit all the required documents? And if it is true, then have we then been able to supply or submit those documents? Thank you.
I think if I will start with Madenge, I think it's very critical, as you've said, to share these reports early in advance. I would say it's a learning process. This is the first serving committee, audit committee, with a lot of challenges, setting up the office and everything. And so what I would say or suggest, these documents will be shared with the management, and the management will circulate to the members respectively. But I also want to acknowledge the fact that they should have been shared early in advance. And I think it's a learning process, and the office can only become stronger and stronger as we go forward. To Madhu here, my friend Madhu. The first question was on procurement. I strongly believe that there's a very, very, not a long way to go, but we still have some weak controls, internal controls in both finance and procurement. And that's, again, even in established organizations, these are usually an ongoing process on a daily basis. As you progress as a club, we've grown to where we are, but still there's a lot of work to do. There's a policy that needs to be implemented and be implemented thoroughly. So yes, there are some gaps here and there. In terms of land compensation, I don't want to delve into that so much. I will leave that to the trust or the chairman to explain more to your question.
Thank you, Anthony. What I don't understand is you're talking of the Land Adjudication Tribunal. What? The appeal of Nyaga. That one we have the lawyer dealing with the matter. Maybe he can explain what we gave, because we have lawyers dealing with that matter, although it is still matter in court. So I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, we have given all the documents that our lawyers have requested. And we have signed all the necessary affidavits through our trustees that the court and the lawyers on the other side or whoever is involved have requested. There are no gaps on that. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the court to decide. Okay? We don't have any pending documents on both sides, whichever case that is going on. Thank you, Madhu. Final, please. The final. And we avoid the repeating questions which have been asked.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I can guarantee you I will not repeat what has been asked. But I just want to ask, this is one of my area, so I just want to ask just 2 questions. Because I think, one, you've done a good job, CP Anthony. But I want to get clarity, because you have already said it and we need to be clear being in an AGM. Number 1 is that list. You say the list document was not provided or was not provided on time. I would want to understand then why was this not being provided? Because the list is everything that we have. So can we get clarity on why that was not being provided? Secondly, you said that there is an ICT system and you stopped the audit. For me, that is a big concern, because you say that you didn't get the contract. So who refused to give the contract? And can they answer here why they never received, gave the contract? Secondly, you say there is no SRA or something. So there have been payments being made. So they're being paid on what? I think those are very important and fundamental questions that perhaps they need to be answered, because you've raised it. So let's get the answers. Thanks.
Thank you, CPA Elias, and a good friend of mine. I think you are a seasoned auditor, and you know the processes of auditing. So basically for us is to create an audit plan, and once you start looking for an assignment, you request the management to share the necessary documents. It's beyond us. So if we don't get the documents in good time, that's not the audit internal audit committee place to respond. Because why? Because us is to prepare the program, communicate to the management, and get what is required to undertake the assignment. So again, when it came to the system, the same thing. It was important for us to get the contract so that we can form, from that you get the basis of the various issues that you want to address. And so that being not possible, there was the SLA, the service level agreement was provided, but the initial contract was not presented to the committee. So it was not possible to move on. And we know at the end of the day you have to close the audit, cannot continue forever. So that was the position.
On the Louis, actually, I'm a bit surprised that you did not get the lease agreement, because we already have signed leases. There are not many. We have the Lemuru Gang Club. That one has been there forever. It is in the files here. We have the Wazes, which I had to go there and insist that we must have an agreement with them. We never know, to protect both parties, Roiro and the Wazes. So that one is there, signed by our lawyer, Shira Gatich is our club lawyer, and now appointed, and it is in the file. The other one is, those are simple leases. The one with RT Kamau for the spa, and the other one for the car wash. Car wash with Wamoshema Enterprises. They are there, and I'm sorry if you do not get them. They are available, and the secretary, I'm sure you have. The secretary is the custodian of all these contracts and leases and all that. So he should be able to provide and even circulate to the members. If the members want to see them, they will be circulated to you. That one is a promise.
Maybe just to add on that, I'm not saying that the lack of provision of the documents was malicious, no. But by the time we were concluding the audits, we had not received the documents. So we had to, put a line on what had been done and conclude for purposes of reporting.
Okay, let me follow up that question, Chair. And I'm sorry for preoccupying. Because you see, Anthony, you did a very good job, and I love that, and I understand what you said. But as members, what are we supposed to do with that report? Because now, Chairman is there saying the receipts are there. Are we supposed to adopt the report, which already is in contravention? That is my point. Secondly, there's a question of ICT which has not been answered. That there is no contract or something like that. Then I'm asking, why was it not produced? So instead of maybe belaboring this point, I think we should not just adopt that report, my thinking.
Okay, I think your point is clear about that. Maybe it can be adopted with the rider that these documents are provided. I don't know whether that is legally possible. It is not. Then we start to be advised. About the other one of, is it the service provider, the ICT? The contract, I don't know whether the treasurer, there's a signed contract between us and the service ICT providers. Unnecessary, he'll explain what that means. Maybe you need to just come and briefly explain to them. Yeah, and that's the last question, so that we go to the trustees.
Thank you, Elias. When I got into the office in the year 2021, there was no contract which was in place. There was an SLA which was not even signed. When I had to produce it with the auditors, I had to sign for validation purposes because they could not work without a signed document. And that's the time from 2019 when the club entered into contract with the supplier. There was no any contract document. I even asked the contractor whether they have the original contract. They didn't have. But SLA, I signed in 2021 to ensure that we have the continuity and we have the mandate on the basis which you have to be paying for the annual license fee and the support. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer. Now I call the trustees to come and present their report briefly. Then we go to, I continue with my report. I even had forgotten and not finished my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable members, good afternoon. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm here to present the report for the trustees. That is myself, Trustee Mudhware, and Trustee Kayukia. Today we have decided to make our report very brief. We only want to address the elephant in the room, which is the land compensation case. You will bear with me, please, because it might sound a bit repetitive, as it has already been preempted by the chairman while answering a question from the floor. So bear with me for that. During the last AGM, we asked members to give us 90 days to resolve the matter, and you graciously did so. But as you know, things don't always work according to plan. And since the expiry of the 90 days, sometime in November, we have received a barrage of questions regarding the same. Today, you have even heard one of the members saying that it is 300 days. I believe he was exaggerating a bit. But nonetheless, yes, we agree the 90 days are we gone. Kindly allow me now to give you a detailed report of where we are today. I will, for the sake of those who maybe do not have a brief background of this case, let me quickly go through it. As most of you are aware, the club was awarded 516,117,552. I hope that's correct. I'm not used to such figures. So, being compensation for the compulsory acquisition of the 15 acres of our land by the government for the construction of a way bridge. At the time, all the relevant documents were signed and the award duly gazetted. And in fact, some of the monies were immediately forwarded to KENHA, by KENHA to NLC. That's an amount of about 317,694,656 for onward payment to Roiro Sports Club. Some amount, again about 71,500,000 was included in the above figure, and this was earlier paid to NLC. By Ministry of Lands. So KENHA is still holding 94,850,557, which they are waiting to pay us as soon as they're given the orders. This has, the fact that NLC have withheld their bid has stopped KENHA from forwarding any more monies to them because they of fear of a dispute. The trustees and the chairman have visited NLC and KENHA offices on several occasions to resolve this issue to no avail. After the tedious efforts, we realized that there was a deliberate move either to delay or to deny as our right for compensation. We also realized that the money had attracted a lot of interests, including political, both outside and inside the club membership. After careful consultations, we decided to declare a dispute against both NLC and KENHA. To do this, we had to go to the Land Adjudication Tribunal. The tribunal decision being final and binding and can only be appealed on matters law and technical. During the last AGM, members suggested that we engage a different and more forceful legal firm. We took this advice and looked for a lawyer whose track record on such matters is unprecedented. We settled for Kosgei and Monda Associate LLC. This firm has handled and won several land compensation cases such as ours and are currently engaged in the Kiambu Golf Club to fight off the land grabbers. The instructions were that the club should get full compensation without losing a single cent. In addition, the club should be awarded interest from 2018. Further to this, any transactional, processing, and incidental costs should be recovered from the interest awarded, but ensure that the club also gains from the same interest. Most importantly, the club should not lose a single cent of the amount awarded. Further to, we lodged a dispute at the LAT, the tribunal, in March 2023. The case number is TRLAP/E002/2023. The registered trustees, Roiro Sports Club versus KENHA and NLC. The case was heard in full and determined in our favor. Court orders were issued and case closed. NLC was served with orders to pay the compensation together with interest and costs within 21 days. Kenha was to pay all RSC monies held in the account direct to the club also within 21 days. Neither party appealed. The matter was therefore declared heard, determined, and closed. The decision was forwarded to the High Court for the issuance of a decree order, which was also to include the actual amount to be paid as interest. We are currently waiting for this court decree, which has taken longer than anticipated. However, Kenha has agreed to pay, and we have given them our account details to deposit the money directly held by them as per the court orders. NLC have also agreed to pay once they get the decree from the High Court. Once we receive this decree, our lawyers are under strict instructions that in case the parties delay further, they obtain garnishee orders to enforce payments from both or any defaulting parties. In anticipation and to ensure proper and transparent handover, the club has opened a special account for the funds once paid. The signatories of this account will include 3 registered trustees, the current club chairman, the current club secretary, and the treasurer. Instructions will be any 5 to sign. The account is at KCB Juja branch. And that is where we are as far as this critical matter is concerned. This case can also be accessed online by any interested party. Now, there is the other case of Njero Nyaga versus Ruiro trustee, which is still in court after we appealed against the last decision. Hence, we may not be able to discuss anything more about it. However, the club has agreed to open an escrow account with NLC, about 42 million, which is was what was ordered by the court. This money is to protect the interest of either party in the dispute. It will be released to whoever wins the case, or in case it's an agreement of out-of-court arrangement. Thank you, members, for listening to me. And I'll hand the microphone back to the chairman.
Thank you, trustee, for that brief and articulate presentation. Any questions before she sits down? You now know where we are with this matter. We have gone out of our way to fight for the money of the club, and you can see the results now are very promising. We are now on the upper side of NLC. They used to be the ones controlling the whatever, but now we are upper. The escrow account was very critical because they could not release the money if we had not opened an escrow account. That was the prerogative of our lawyer, Mr. Wamai. You could stand up so that the people can see you. That is Paul Wamai of Wamai and Allen Advocate, Senior Counsel, and they have gone ahead and opened an escrow account. That means that NLC have got no excuse of not releasing the money to us, less that 42 million in the escrow account until the case is determined. Is that clear? On the matter of interest, the interest is going to be quite substantial to cover even some incidentals. I don't want to go into details with that, but the club is going to earn some good money also from the interest. That one I can promise you. I have the figures, but since I've not received the official stamped communication from the court, I was told don't mention until you get that official communication from the court. So rest assured that everything is moving on smoothly. Okay? If there's any question, trustee is here. Huh? Any reaction? Yeah. Yeah. Where's the other?
Really, I'm not adding anything, but I just want to remind us that the trustees appointed our chairman to be our coordinator and the go-in-between. That's why he's speaking with authority. He was the fourth trustee, in quotes, in our situation, and we are fully aware. If this money comes, I will be one of the happiest people on earth, having been terrorized as much as I've been. But thanks. And by the way, we've not kept it secret. Please don't take me into that. Don't take me hard on that. The initial ruling was also shared confidentially with some members, and other people are also showing me, you see this ruling, do you know about it? So there is a lot of information out there. Thank you, but let's keep our fingers crossed, and let's say, like Father Kimani was saying yesterday, that we pray, and I wrote back to him, pray literally. Let us pray literally that this money does come. Thank you, members.
Thank you, trustees. It's also important to repeat that we have a special account for that money. But once the money landed, because all the money has to land in one account, isn't it? You cannot give NLC 5 accounts. But immediately that money lands, you don't put all your eggs in one basket, isn't it? We need to open maybe 2 or 4 other accounts and fix this money as per the advice of the audit committee. I think that is the best thing to do, Anthony, isn't it? So that you spare risk. You don't put all your money in one account. Anything can happen, whether it's KCB or whatever. But that one, let us determine that once we reach there. But we are almost there. We are almost there. Okay? Any other reaction before I go ahead with my report? Dominic Mathu.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is to just thank the trustees for being bold and for facing those enemies that have tried to disrupt this process. Do not tire, keeping up until we get these monies in our accounts. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhu, for that compliment. In fact, I can now release you. If you had other engagement. But thank you for that. So let me continue now with my report. I'm going to be very fast. So I now present the statement for the year 2023-2024. The economic overview. The year 2023 started on a high, riding on continued infrastructural development, streamlined income lines, and reduced internal and external negative politics. As a club, we therefore experienced no major negative economic impact. However, like the previous year, 2022, we have been experiencing, like any other industry, continued increment in the prices of goods and services. Prices of basic items like fuel and power have continued to go up. Salaries and statutory deductions have also gone up. Important to note that is fuel price, which went up by more than 50%, food prices by over 30%, and minimum staff wage increment by 10%. This hit our bottom line heavily and affected our proposed budget inflows. To mitigate this, the management committee employed strict controls and management systems to ensure optimal utilization of resources in order to safeguard members' expectations, quality of service, and general comfort. Financial performance. Despite these challenges, the club has continued to deliver strong positive financial results in key fundamental areas. These are golf, bar, and swimming. We have continued to ensure strong financial and stock management controls are in place and adhered to. Any unexplained losses and or malpractices are borne by the individual culprits directly and immediately. As a result, our club revenues grew by 9% from 71.9 million to 78.3 million, with a strong show from the bar, the swimming pool, and golf course.
However, the kitchen performance posted a negative of 0.24 million, down from a positive of 0.8 the previous year, thereby affecting our gross contribution from the revenue centers. The surplus from operating revenue centers was, the total surplus from the operating revenue centers was Kenya shillings 4.35 million, down from 6.68 million. This was as a result of members' request for a revision downwards of the beverage prices effective from January 2023. Membership entrance fee was Kenya shillings 34.4 million during the year without any promotional drives, compared to 21.9 million in 2022. This is clear indication of the club's positive trend, thereby attracting the huge new membership 2 years in a row. Membership subscription fees increased from 30.03 million to 33.3 million due to the growth of new membership and recovery efforts from old members. More details are in the financials that the treasurer will present. However, we continue to face the challenges of members defaulting in their annual subscriptions. By end of the year 2023, the total outstanding membership arrears stood at 12.15 million, of which year 2023 subscriptions arrears alone were 8.9 million. This represents 26.7% of the year's expected subscriptions. We urge members to take this matter of prompt payment of subscriptions more seriously, and especially now that we can comfortably pay in quarterly installments. Important to note that any member who defaults for 3 consecutive years will automatically lose his or her membership status. With the installation of the automated vehicle access control systems at the entrance, we hope not only to enhance members' security and strangers' clearance, but also bar any member not in good standing from accessing the premises, because you'll be using your card. If your card is negative, you cannot open that gate. And it's going to be operationalized very soon, maybe in a week or so. In the year 2023, the club celebrated the centenary celebrations at a cost of 1.92 million. As a club, we had budgeted to spend 1.2 million, but we fell short of sponsorships as had been planned. This being an extraordinary expense and not a recurrent expense, we approved as the management because the celebrations had to happen and felt by the members, and I'm sure the members felt it. Corporate governance. Management committee, the executive committee, and the various standing and ad hoc committees have been regularly meeting on a monthly basis and sometimes more as need may arise to ensure the club's activities are running smoothly. The management committee, as a supreme organ mandated to manage all activities of the club and answerable directly to members, has been very active in ensuring that committees meet and deliver as per their mandate and members' expectations. Where gaps and delays are identified, urgent meetings and other forms of interventions are immediately activated to ensure the intended objectives are met in timely manner and within the budget. I thank all the members who took part in the committees. At this point, I wish to thank all the members of both the executive and management committees for their unity of purpose, commitment, sacrifice, passion, and diligence in the performance of their various roles to ensure the club maintains the current impressive growth trajectory. Despite our different personalities, professions, backgrounds, age, and gender, we managed to bridge all these to form a formidable team that, to say the least, excelled in making our club the fastest growing and attractive place in the region and beyond. I also commend all the standing committees, and in particular the development, finance, procurement, gatekeeping, maintenance, security, gov, and HR, for executing their mandates prudently and enabling my team successfully implement the various infrastructural and service projects. The audit committee also performed well, especially in auditing our various operational systems and policies. I want to stress that standing committees, and this is especially for the incoming members, I want to stress that standing committees are formed to assist and facilitate the management to fulfill their development agenda. There is nothing like an opposition committee
There's no committee that is formed to oppose development. So they are all collectively and singularly supposed to work towards making our club a better place to be. So if they don't meet or perform as required, they can negatively affect the growth and development of a club. So I urge incoming members, especially in the critical committees like procurement, finance, security, HR, development committees, to ensure they attend meetings regularly and punctually and deliver within agreed timelines. This is the only way we can realize tangible development. Additionally, apart from that of the committee, I wish to appreciate the trustees for ensuring our club's assets are well protected and for their invaluable support, guidance, and regular positive advice and consultations to ensure smooth operations and execution of our various mandates. For the management committee and executive committee, the following meetings were scheduled and the attendance by the elected officials recorded as follows. I'm sure you have that list. I don't need to go through it, isn't it? You can see the attendance register, and that is how it was. This one now is a mandatory requirement by the auditors. It is a legal audit requirement to get all minutes and attendance records for all elected and standing committees members each year. And I think it is very important so that even the members feel that they need to attend these meetings. Systems and controls. Strong management systems, policies, and structures are key ingredients to any positive growth and stability of any organization. The management has continued to ensure that we have the right personnel at the right places as per the adopted HR Policy 2021. The Management Committee approved and adopted the finance policies and procedures and procedure manuals, which had been on trial for 9 months in the year 2023. We have strictly continued to adhere to the RSC key management policies like the security and safety policy, cadres management policy, and that is why you are seeing we are also improving their places, their washrooms and their cleanliness. We want clean cadres who are not smelling beer and who are not dirty. Course and golf and etiquette policy. This is very important. We still need to work on that. Financial management policy, machineries and asset management policy, the procurement and disposal policy, and so on. I appeal to members to consult respective conveners and get acquainted to all these key prudent management tools so that when we are meeting here, you know all these policies. All these policies are in place and we follow them, but it is good for members to understand these policies so that we reduce all these questions that keep coming up. In order to ensure well-coordinated, planned, and optimally functional infrastructural development, the club developed and adopted a comprehensive spatial master plan in 2023. We intend to have this registered within this year by the various central government and local authorities, including the Kiambu County Government, the Ministry of Arts, NEMA, etc. The registration will secure the club against any form of grabbing, land interference, and club mismanagement, and secure all the borders and riparian neighborhood from illegal infiltration. I request members to approve the budget towards actualizing this very important milestone. It's not a cheap process, but we need to do it, especially if we are to get this money coming. In addition, the management has developed a 5-year strategic plan through a thoroughly inclusive exercise from members, management, cadres, staff, and other stakeholders. This will act as a roadmap towards a well-planned and coordinated actualization of the master plan. The strategic plan 2024-2029 will be presented to you today for adoption. I request members to approve and adopt the same. On assets register, the process is still ongoing and the club will soon be able to know how many assets and liabilities they own and value. This is mostly a register thing. We already know what we own, but we need a register and a well-updated register. New constitution. The management has vigorously continued to implement the club's policies and agenda as per the new constitution. Some standing committees have submitted their rules and regulations to the MC as required for adoption. Any committee yet to do so is operating outside the constitution. Members are requested to get a hard copy or soft copy of the revised RSC constitution from the Honorable Secretary and to get to know and understand the operations of the club better.
The club's rules and regulations, these are the, like bylaws, will also be circulated to members. This is aimed at guiding all members on the do's and don'ts within the club. The above documents will be mandatory copies given to all the new members during orientation. They will be given the do's and don'ts and also the club constitution. Club facilities. As earlier stated, our focus as a management is primarily to ensure the members' comfort and choice of activities are enhanced. This must be done within the context of the available resources. We have, in the most cost-effective, efficient way, and hopefully with the least inconvenience to the normal club operations, managed to either build or improve the following facilities. One is the dome, then the gazebo improvement, the finance and admin office, the caddies washroom at gazebo and the gate, the car wash, spa, driving range, pitch and put, practice green, borehole, tee box benches, automated vehicle access system, public address and entertainment system, servant quarters improvement, kitchen hot air extractor hood, children playground, which will soon be moved to a better site, swimming pool pumps, beds and parasols, bowling green parasols, picket fence, and so on. These are in addition to the previously completed projects, including the dining and the bar floors, sanding and polishing, the upgrading of men and ladies' changing rooms, improving the bowling green, the clubhouse repainting, water and electrical systems upgrade, pathways repairs and paving, repairs and paving, T-box markers, new pool table, darts, new bar stool, just to name but a few. To streamline the operations in the kitchen and turn it around into a viable income generating line, we had to carry out a drastic intervention, including laying off unprofessional and incompetent staff and replacing them with a better trained and efficient staff. We had a well-trained chef and housed him within the compound to ensure prompt management and deliveries on any time. And I hope, members, you can see we are getting some improvements now from the kitchen. We purchased more gas cookers, freezers, and other critical kitchen equipment. In addition, we installed a bulk gas cylinder to help mitigate the rising cost of gas. We rationalized the service staff, including cashiers, including increasing security checks to reduce staff theft, changes in purchases, storekeeping and management, etc. These interventions have enabled our kitchen to start positively posting returns, and soon it will be a major income earner. Now, just to say the pending projects, the outgoing management committee, which I was the chairman, I'm the chairman, will hand over the following projects which were scheduled for implementation to the incoming team. So the incoming team has their work cut out, but this is mostly based on the master plan. There's nothing outside. So the first important thing is registration of the master plan with all the relevant authorities. That is critical. I'm sure some of these are not in your report. The second one is interior design and furnishing of the dome. This including ultra-modern presentation desks, bar, food area, TVs and speakers, fans or air conditioning, and also modern furniture. And I hope this one answers Madhu's fears. We also need to do solar water heating system for all the washrooms and the kitchen. Really, we have enough sunlight, so we just need to take advantage of that. And that is a process which is ongoing, and Chloride Exide are very keen to do that with us. Then we have Caddies shed behind green number 2. This was supposed to be done in our time, but we could not do it due to resources. So we had to do just the washroom, which was very urgent. The washroom there, if you visit, we have 4 washrooms. 2 are for the staff. The staff are supposed to change and wash and use them as their washrooms. The near the gate, those are for the ladies, both the staff ladies and the caddies ladies. The ones at the back are for both men staff and the men caddies. But then we are supposed to have a shed. If you have been to Nyeri Golf Club, you know how the shed looks like. The caddies should have a shed at the corner of behind the green number 2, where they can have chairs, proper chairs where they can sit.
Also, they should have a TV, they should have tables, they should have a small hotel, and something like a pool table, so that when they are waiting for the players, they can be doing something busy instead of just sitting down. And also, that one will remove them from the gate. So no car days will be at the gate. When they see now your car turning, that is when they will come now to your car, but not when you're entering the gate. And it will give order to the gate. And so that one is a project that the incoming team must do. Then extended swimming pool changing rooms to serve the events, grounds areas, and bowling green. You know, the events, they don't have washrooms. So we wanted extended washrooms so that they can also have doors facing the event area. So people in the event area, the wedding guys and all that, can be coming and using the same washrooms. Also to serve the bowling green area, including the bowling pavilion, which is supposed to be done by the incoming team. We are supposed to rework the club's electrical wiring system. You know, this current electric wiring system was done in 1923, which is very old and prone to accidents, and it is highly inefficient. So to work on our consumption, we now have modern wires, efficient wires. You know, we need to redo the whole system. Unfortunately, to redo the whole system, we need to redo the whole roof, because the minute you start going to the ceiling tree tends to fall down. So it's a project that needs to be done. Re-roofing the club, that is what now I'm saying, with modern shingles. We remove the Mambatis. If you have been to Nanyuki Sports Club, you know how they did theirs. We retain the same color theme of green, but you put modern shingles like the one at the reception. So that one should be done by the incoming team. Then we need a sports bar, and then possibly start developing the gym and a new changing rooms. Then we need to dredge properly now without expecting any help from outside. Now we have to do it from our own resources. We need to dredge dam number 16 and also dam number 18 so that we increase the water capacity in those dams. I had gotten some quotations. They are not cheap. Each dam almost was coming to 5 million, but it's something the members need to think about. We need to dredge those dams so that we have enough water. Dam number 16 can also be used for fish farming, as I told the members earlier. But this can only be done if weather allows. Every time we want to dredge, it rains. You cannot touch that thing when there is water. So we hope it's going to be possible. So we are going to redo, into a modern, facility, both the tennis and the basketball courts. That is for the incoming management, and they should be done. And they should include a basketball court, a badminton court, with tennis court in every court, so that the tennis is all over, but you can use one for basketball, another one for volleyball, another one for badminton. So we need to redo green number 7 and green number 9. That one had been planned for, but unfortunately we could not do it. Then we need to do fairways number 14 and 16. I don't know whether there is any other fairway which needs to be done. Yeah, but the greenkeeping team will advise us. But there is nothing like what members are saying that we need to cut the tree, I don't know, at number 16 or the tree at number 4. Those ones will remain, unfortunately. Just change yours and all will be well. So, if the finances allow, also the incoming management team should build a complete new kitchen. A complete new, spacious, modern kitchen. Because that is also another problem as a club we are facing. The members have been too many, but the kitchen is unable to cope with that. On golf, I'm almost finishing, please. The game of golf remains the most patronized in our area of sports activities available at the club. The Tuesday Challenge has proved to be very popular. Club nights are hitting over 200 for the first time, in courtesy mainly for the members' sponsorship. The Saturday's corporate golf days continue attracting sponsors despite the current hard economic times. The Clergy and Friars Golf remains rooted in the club as its home. We have seen increased interest of corporate series golf like the Nation, the ICA Lion, and now the KCB Series and Royal Open.
In 5 years, we should host a major tournament like the Kenya Open. The Golf Committee intends to diverse golf income by introducing a new income lines like the new pay-per-use public range. So this one can either be leased out or managed by the club. That one I leave it to the members to decide. But we can have a public range even being managed by the club. It doesn't matter. Then we should have course billboards. You have seen, if you have gone to Sigona and all these other clubs, they have billboards all over the course. These ones are income generating avenues. And there's nothing wrong with having those billboards. We also have a superhighway, which we can erect big billboards for people to advertise. All these are going to generate revenue. And then also we have youth training programs. All these are income generating revenues. The golf balls management from procurement to distribution has been streamlined and gaps identified and sealed as we await for the final audit committee report. The committee report, by that time when I was writing this, had not yet given me their report on that exercise they were carrying out. The Nairobi District League and Ladies League have been very successful, and I thank the members for volunteering to play for the club on Sundays. We have introduced new uniforms. I'm sure you have seen that, more bright and more appealing. And you know, they are bright and inspiring colors for both home and away, for both the Lions and the Lionesses. I urge you to support the golf committee as they strictly implement standard golfing procedures, including things like control of so many free drops, the dressing code. Sometimes you find members in the course with the wrong dressing code. Slow players, it's mandatory. Your slow players must give way. Whether you're pretending you're not seeing the team behind, you have to give way. And the team behind can decide to set your names and can be dequeued. We should minimize the use of phones in the course, just like any other courses. Muthaiga, Railway, you cannot use your phone in the course, so why not Railway? And other do's and don'ts, all aimed at elevating our golf to the acceptable standards. Other games, apart from golf, we have enhanced the existing facilities for other games, including bowling, swimming pool, volleyball, soccer, pool table, darts, table tennis, and board games. Plans are at an advanced stage to improve and reblood the tennis courts into a modern lawn tennis, badminton, basketball court as per members' demands. A new gym with gender-based sauna and steam, and also resting areas, and also with a modern spa. A golf simulator and resting areas is in the very near future, and it's no longer a dream. This is things that are in the master plan, and they are going to be implemented. Golf course improvement. We have worked on fairways 2 and 5 and green number 4. Padding needed fairways, as stated earlier, will be handed over to the incoming committee. The dams are well desilted, though more dredging is needed. The course, dams and surrounding areas beautification is partly done and ongoing. I think you have seen, we have done a lot of beautification in the course. Those things you are reading, the Roiro Sports Club, Roiro Lionesses, I think they have changed the image of the course, isn't it? And we are going to continue doing that. We are going to add more sugar plantations. Already we have enough sugar plantations maybe to use for our juice parlor. I have warned the candidates because they thought we were planting for them that anybody seen with a sugar cane will just go home. But they're there, and I've tasted 4, and they are quite sweet. We are also planning to have orchards as per the master plan. We have areas designated for fruit trees, and they are going to be planted as per the strategic plan. The dam fountains, we are going to improve them once we get the right sponsorships, and we appreciate what have been done by Mr. Gadogo of Hypertech Electricals. The course irrigation is going on well. The new solar cam electric powered borehole is working perfectly well, and we should plan for another. That is my proposal, borehole on the first 9 side, so that we can be able to irrigate all the fairway every night together, simultaneously, without doing 9 and then another 9. We can do it simultaneously. The end game is to have the dam on Riparian land on number 4 after registering the master plan. The course machineries, pumps and generators are all well serviced and in good working condition. We have bought a Hasola 360 rough cutter ride-on machine to assist the gyro mowers and brush cutters, hence the big improvement in our roughs. You have seen our roughs now are not as terrible as they used to be. It is because of this machine they are calling Hasola 360. The gazebo area will also, after the improvement you have done, it will also be upgraded into a picnic site for families and functions, maybe at a fee. Centenary celebrations, almost there. The best last half of 2023 was actively used to celebrate 100 years of RSC club existence. We had a centenary committee comprising of past and present leadership and other incorporated members. It operated under the development committee docket. The committee did a splendid job to deliver most of the objectives, culminating on the 9th December main celebrations. We were lucky to have Mr. Paul Russo, KCB CEO, as our chief guest. I thank the committee for a wonderful execution and also challenge them to deliver the few remaining objectives soon. I also thank all the past and present chairmen, including our late chairman, Professor Wagashanja, for inaugurating the several projects, and also thank Mr. Harris and also the past and present trustees, the local administrators, security people, and our good neighbors for being part of us in these celebrations. The list is signed. As I said earlier, I have to repeat this. We have the following leases as agreed. The Muru Gun Club review after every 2 years. Annual prepaid rent is 120,000. This is this changed from the long-standing fee of 50,000. We have Theta Wazee Skiama Group. Review every 2 years. Annual prepaid rent is 6,000. This was important. Whether they pay 1 shilling or 2 shilling, the most important here is not the money, is to have a lease. This was urgently needed to protect both parties from possible future conflicts. Then we have the Patrons Car Wash. We have a 5-year lease, build, operate, then they transfer it back to the club. They pay a monthly rent of 10,000. Dawaline and Spa Wellness Center, they have a 5-year lease with a monthly rent of 10,000. Compensation for clubs land acquired by the government. After a tedious to and fro with both the NLC and KENHA regarding the RSC compensation fund, we realized that there was no clear intention to pay. Everyone concerned in NLC and KENHA claimed they wanted the money paid immediately, but no one was ready to sign for it. We were therefore left with no option but to declare a dispute at the Land Acquisition Tribunal. The case it was read before, the Registered Trustees, Royal Sports Club versus KENHA and NLC. The case was heard in full, determined in our favor, and court orders issued and case closed. NLC were served with orders to pay the compensation together with the interest and cost within 21 days. KENHA had to pay all RSC monies held in their account direct to the club also within 21 days. This is a major milestone, as the trustees have already indicated in their report. The money should be reflected in the designated compensation account anytime soon. Outlook. The club is doing well in all aspects, including infrastructure, service delivery, financial management, staff training and rationalization, golf sponsorships, discipline and etiquette, new membership, new games, and general harmony and peace among members. The expected returns to this can only be tremendous development and enhanced members' experience and satisfaction. We should all endeavor to tread along the same trajectory. Appreciation. All the above achievements and milestones could only be made possible by the unwavering commitment and sacrifice by the members of the management and executive committees, the trustees, our staff, both permanent and casual, all the standing committee members, and last but not least, you, the members. I wholeheartedly appreciate and thank you all for the conducive environment that you accorded me and my team. It is for that reason that we were able to achieve so much within such a short time and with limited resources and no levies, to everyone's amazement. We should strive to build on this solid foundation and continue developing our club without engaging in destructive and negative politics, which only demotivates the leadership and stagnates the club growth. Transition. On the leadership transition, I would request members to continue giving the incoming management committee the same support and peaceful operating environment as they did to my outgoing team. I urge members to hold elections in utmost peace and diligence. To the incoming team, although every leadership comes with its own unique form, nature, and personalities, there are key cross-cutting ingredients to prudent and efficient management outcomes. This especially goes to the top club executive leadership. These are respect to members, conveners, and staff, adherence to the club rules and regulations, policies, and management guidelines, always consulting the various conveners, committees, and members as much as possible, being committed, available, passionate, focused, and most important, having strong ethics, moral, and integrity. Your main goal and sole objective is to protect and grow the club's resources, the members' welfare, and the members' comfort. Always do what is right for the club and ensure your conscience is clean. When your conscience is clean, you don't fear anything. You don't fear criticism, you don't fear comments, you don't fear advice, because you know what you're doing. Lastly, know how to deal with the well over 2,000 members individually. They are all unique and different, but are all members by their own right. They should all feel they belong. At one time or another which have been faced, any member, and this has been my experience throughout, will come and he will demand you listen to him, he'll advise you, he'll criticize you, on anything. On anything. They can even tell you to demolish this clubhouse. It is not looking beautiful. So, just listen to them respectively and act as appropriate, but never ignore any member. I think that is very critical if you want to retain cohesiveness with the members. Lastly, and this is also important, don't vie for any position if you know you won't be able to give your best, either due to the nature of your work, distance from the club, availability, family commitments, or you cannot handle negative comments or difficult personalities, and also if you know there will be conflicts of interest. All these requirements come with leadership. They are all part of the package. Remember also that serving a club is almost like a full-time job. Your time and inputs are extremely important. So only go for these positions if you are sure you are ready for them. As I conclude, on my behalf and that of the management committee, I wish to thank you very sincerely for giving us this opportunity to serve our club. It's my hope that as your chairman, together with the management committee, we have been able to deliver to your expectations. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Chairman, for that very, very good report. And now, I want to take, or to have a proposer and a seconder for the Chairman's report. We need to adopt it very quickly because of time. Can I have a proposer? PMK, where is the mic? And reactions, Madhu, are already done, or you have more reactions?
Peter Maura, member number 18359, I propose.
Let me give just, please, before I give 2 or 3 members to make reactions, I really want to follow the schedule. Before I go to the seconder, there's something I want to mention. If you had read my communication, I said elections would happen at a specific time. And I'm looking at my watch, it's 13:29. So let's take very few minutes. Your question should be very brief. For those who have reaction or questions, then we go to the proposer again and the seconder. I'll only take 3 reactions. There was a hand raised on this side. Yes, the gentleman. Please stand up. Your name, your membership number. Where is the mic?
Thank you, Chairman. My question is found on page 3 under financial performance of your report. Now, paragraph number 1, just at the end, it's observed that the bar, the swimming pool, and the golf course performed impressively well. However, the kitchen as an operating unit posted a serious more than 100% negative performance. What could have been the cause of this underperformance in this kitchen cost center? Thank you.
Thank you. But before that, we needed a seconder for my whatever. Ben Okumu, you are seconding?
Ben Okumu, 18034.
Good. I think I get your point, but it is in the financials, and the treasurer will be able to handle that conclusively. Just remind him in case, but it is there in the report. So for the sake of time.
Chairman, I'm standing for a reaction. I wanted to react a bit, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I can't see you. Oh, yeah.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm tall enough. I can be seen.
I can see you.
Thank
now.
you very much, Chairman, for a very well thought and report from the Chairman. That is very kind of you. I only want to ask whether you would have considered alerting the members at this time and age when we have Data Protection Act, that we have disclaimers and that we are not going to open in any opportunities for litigations, because you see, like we have tournaments and sponsors come in with several several professional photographers all over. We don't know where this is actually headed for. We don't know where it is for their promotion or whatever it is. So I work as a school proprietor, and I can tell you we have a big issue with data protection, even when we are doing small parties for children and so on. And I don't think as a club here we can possibly act in isolation. We have to be within the law. And even when we are taking photos, I can now, you see, I'm seated between two ladies. You can imagine if whoever is taking photos can take them in Facebook, then you can know where we'll be landing. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I hope you can say something about that.
Okay, thank you. We can do cropping. We can remove the ladies and put Professor Keji. I think you'll be safer that way. But anyway, I want our secretary to deal with that.
Thank you, PN Boro. That's a very pertinent question, and I have to say this to the members that one thing this outgoing management committee was trying to do, and I was involved, we were in the process of being registered by the Office of the Data Protector, so that we haven't finished. We had also received, I think, 1 or 2 proposals from 2 companies to help us in this process of data protection. So that will be part of what will be also be handed over to the next incoming committee, and we hope they are going to finalize and will be registered by the Office of the Data Protector. Final reaction, because of time. I'm really looking at time.
Joseph Kefue, member number 18228. Thank you, Chairman, for a wonderful report. That's very well appreciated. If there's an option of thudding it, I would have thudded, or I would have proposed as a third person. My comment is from the constitutional obligation that we have got 9 studying committees, and probably in future I would want to see the other committees as well. Maybe just give a report. I would have liked to hear from our membership secretary if the disciplinary committee disciplined any errant member, so to speak, and how we fared in terms of the new membership and stuff like that. But I would look forward to seeing all studying committees actually give a report so that we are all well informed of what is going on in the club. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. We had no major disciplinary issue, but I get your point, and I think it is important for them also to have their small reports, whether circulated before, because presenting here may mean maybe a whole day. But we can see how to deal with that. Any other observation before we go to the next agenda? Professor?
My name is Kenji. Membership number 132. Now, I'm just following up on what Mr. Kiba said. I checked my constitution. There are 9 committees that are proposed study committees. Now, these study committees, this constitution does not say how they are elected and what are their study regulations. Does not tell me what the disciplinary committee, what disciplinary regulations do they follow? I mean, it is quite this. I think we need to look at that.
Yes, and what I can say is, once a study committee, we have 2 committees which presented their reports here, because their members are elected by the members in an AGM. The others are represented by their departmental chairman, the development committee, finance, all those. So I think maybe that is why but the constitution says these committees will have to come up with their rules and regulations, and they have come up with them, they have presented them to the management committee, and they have been approved. And I say that in my report. Maybe they should be approved by the members. Maybe that is a proposal. So why don't we have these proposals? Because that means constitutional amendment. These are amendments that we need to receive 21 days before the AGM, so that they can be ratified today. I wish we did that. Now that proposal has to wait maybe until the next GM or the next AGM. Thank you, Professor. We have Madhu again.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to first and foremost congratulate you for a good run. It's been challenging. I also want to accept guilty as charged that sometimes we keep challenging you and asking you questions. A disclaimer, I have never asked you to demolish the clubhouse, but I'm going to ask you to see if, especially the incoming guys, we have been lucky to have tall indigenous trees around this place. We all know or remember this area used to be very breezy because of these trees behind. If we can kindly maybe go back the drawing board and redesign this dome and see if we can probably get this side somehow have some sliding windows so that that breeze is able to come in, and so we avoid investing so much money on ACs. The power of the cost of power has tripled, so I think we can be able to take advantage of the free AC provided by our lot. Finally, about those constitutional amendments and changes. Sometimes it gets a bit tedious and it takes a lot of processes to get them. For the issue of the treasurer sitting on the procurement committee, I think these will have to now come to an individual's acceptance or agreeing like a gentleman. If we feel as members, including the incoming treasurer, that your participation in the procurement committee may not be very well deserving or very well serving, we could maybe ask our next treasurer to recuse themselves, even as we wait to amend those bits of the constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhu, and your reactions is well noted. For the incoming committee, I may not be able to talk on their behalf. They'll tell us their agenda. So now I think we are, unless there's anything burning, William? The last one, because we need to be within time, please.
Good afternoon again, and thank you, Chairman, for your elaborate report. Mine is just touching on the security matters. I don't know, unless maybe I not get it well. I have not heard you mention about probably what we are going to do around security. We have realized that there's some vandalism taking place. If there's a sponsor who gave sponsors some seats, and already there's vandalism. I think some crooks trying to get some steel bars. So I believe probably we are going to do maybe a perimeter wall, because as much as we are acquiring assets, we must be able to guard our assets. Otherwise, we don't have a porous borders with our neighbors. we are going to be buying and leaving them exposed to the gangsters. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Now, on security, it's well in the master plan, isn't it? We will start with the porous areas, especially number 7, all the way to number 13, that corner. It is part of the master plan and it should be implemented. We cannot touch number 4 because the minute we fence, those people will just grab the other land. We have to remain it. It is a status quo situation, so we have to wait. That's a very sensitive area. The minute you fence up to our beacon, they will now say the other land is theirs, and you'll see all kind of slums down there. So the other issue was about the benches. The benches, I want to tell you, it is not an issue of vandalism. It was an issue of handling. Out of the 34 benches that we did, it's only 3. And they were broken when they were, you're using a crane, and that is when they were broken. Nobody came from outside to break and try to look for metal. It was an issue of handling, and they are going to be repaired. I think Nose is here. Where is Kinos? Kenodia. Yeah. You are the one who provided the crane, and you know that is what happened. We had 3. They were not, maybe they were not properly cured, but also they were not properly handled. Okay? They are also not properly. It was actually the issue of handling. So thank you, and they are going to be repaired. But still, for now, you can sit and ignore that broken, but they will be repaired. They will be repaired. So I now take the mic back to the secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We have already had a proposer and a seconder, so we will move to the next agenda. And for those who are asking where that sewer plantation is, it's along number 10 on the left where there is an OB. And I think the chairman has confirmed in his report he has tested 4 sugar canes. And I can confirm to this AGM verily that the rest of the members of the MC we have not tested, and we are leaving office. All right. Now, when I look at my order of business for today, I had indicated also in my communication that we are going to start the election on a specific time, and this was also in agreement with the agents of the candidates, because we want to allow everybody, or give everybody a chance to be able to vote. And by my watch, it is already 13:42, so we are a bit late. We are going to start with the elections, and I want to invite the chairman of the election committee and the returning officer. And before I do that, I want to be advised, because we are moving an agenda. We are jumping several agendas to move to the elections. Do we need a proposer and a seconder to really move this agenda? We start with the election before we go to the other items in the order of business. And because I know we have a CPS in the house and probably other CPSs, I want to be advised. Any CPS to advise? Or a lawyer? I think, Bedwell, you had raised your hand? Oh, okay. Yes, we have CPA Glory. She's one of our CPSs. Please give her a mic. She's seated here in the front. CPS Glory. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is CS Glory Kenywa. As a matter of procedure, I would advise we have someone who is proposing and a seconder to change. Good afternoon. My name is CS Glory Kenywa. As a matter of procedure, I would advise we have someone to propose and second that objection.
Thank you, Glory. Can I now have a proposer and a seconder so that I can move to the agenda? Kibe Mwangi, please.
Kibe Mwangi, member number 18523, I propose.
Thank you, Kibe. Can I get a proposer? There's a hand raised over there. Yeah. A seconder?
Amos Kiari, member 18493, I second.
Thank you. Having a proposer and a seconder, and now at this point, I really want now to invite the chairman of the election committee and the returning officers to guide us on how now we're going to conduct this election. It's slated for 1 hour. You'll be guided properly, so please just be patient. Father Kimani, the chairman of the election committee, is he around? I had seen him in the morning. The returning officer was Trustee Modwale. Yeah. Where is Father Kimani? He has gone to pray.
Just to add on that, I would request that once we do the elections, I think we don't announce the results until we are through with all the other agendas. Is it?
That's our job.
Oh, that is your job. I thought it was missed. Okay, thank you.
But there is one complication. What do we do with this chairman who is still managing things? And every member of the committee, when we have had elections, will agree. What do you put it? CS? Ideally, we should have dissolved this office, including yours. But we can't do it because we have some agenda left. Let's discuss it and agree. It's being said we do the election and we can't announce the results. And they are still seated here in the front.
Hello.
Yeah, please tell us.
I'm presuming the Constitution allows for majority decision, so we can agree on a majority to take note that even after elections, we'll allow the current management to run the meeting for the remaining part of the agenda.
That is what is being said. The elections will continue, but after the elections, regardless of what could have leaked, because the voting will be displayed on these screens, and I'm sure even the secretary here is very smart. He will begin imagining what will be happening, but we will await the final outcome. Remember, this club is ours, and whether we differ during the campaign period, we shall still be members of Ruiru Sports Club playing our golf or our bowling. But I would like one thing. Where is the chairman of the election committee? Secretary, are you here? Secretary of the election committee, please come. Secretary, you take a seat near here because you are going to have to read the list of the positions that are being contested for. No, just sit there. Just take a seat there. And then since we have had a stranger who is coming to conduct our elections, we would like him to come and say how we should behave, in quotes, during the election. Philip, are you briefed enough?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, honorable members. So my name is Philip Gundi from CDSE Registrars, currently known as EFS Registrars. So we are the ones who have provided the software for the voting. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, so we are the ones who have provided the software for the voting. I believe most of you or all of you have received an email or an SMS with a link and a username and a password within the same body. So once the chair or the secretary for the election committee declares the 6 seats vacant and the votes are open, they will indicate first how long the voting will take, and we will open the system. We will be showcasing the elections on the screens, how it is performing, so you will know in real time how it is going. Currently it is not open, but you can log in. So once you are done, you will just refresh your screen or the page, and then you can start voting. So we have a situation room and a call to call, a phone number to call, but there is a how-to guide that I need to display. Just a moment. It was shared initially, but I'll just take you through it. Okay, on your screens, if you can see, we have the how-to guide. So you'll be able to log in. If you're using a computer, on your right-hand side, there is the category of the votes to be voted for. So all you need to do is click elect, and then a pop-up screen will come up. Choose your preferred candidate, either number 1, 2, depending on your choice. Once you're done, click close. Go to the next category and vote until you finish. From there, you can vote for all the categories in one go. So we won't be announcing we are voting for chairman, we are voting for secretary. No, you can vote for all of them. Once you're done, you just close the system and you proceed. So any queries before?
Okay, I have a comment. Peter Maura, member number 18359. Maybe you can first explain to the members who are here, those who are online, where that text is. Was it a text message? Which specific one? Coming from where? Just explain those. Start with the basics.
Okay, thank you very much. So you have received a text message from EFSR. The sender ID is EFSR. It will have a link which has a username and a password. Okay. Okay, and now for the email has come from RSC, which is Ruiru Sports Club, at cdscregistrars.com. So the same message that was sent on the text is the same message that has been sent on email. So you will be able to log in on your phone. So on your phone, when you log in, you will see join webinar if you want to join the current meeting ongoing live. If you scroll down, you'll be able to see the categories. Vote for chairman, vote for treasury, vote for, yes. So you choose your category and you proceed. For those who don't have, there was a hotline that we have been assisting people. We have a crisis section there, but if the team there doesn't have your phone number or email address, we will have to redirect you back to the office for them to update your KYC information with the phone number and email address, because as we can't take phone number directly from a member, it is only the office that can update your KYC information, as we don't have that. We can't do that.
Good afternoon. Oh, there's somebody. My question is, since we know that we have changed the time of the voting, how are those others who are out there are going to know that we are starting voting? Number 2, don't you think 1 hour is too short for 1,000 people, 1,500 people to vote? I will request we grant 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours to open the system so that we can be able to vote, all of us.
Okay, I'll only be able to answer one of the question. The others I'll give back to Elias to answer. So for the people out there, currently they are viewing live. So once it is declared, they will be able to see. We will also trigger an SMS on that side, and also the current Elias will also trigger on the WhatsApp group and Telegram group. He will say that the voting is open. So also you as members, you can also assist calling other members or advising other members that the voting is open. They can proceed to vote, so that at least we have a peaceful election. So I'll give to the secretary to proceed to the next question.
Thank you, Philip. I had announced in my communication that the election is going to happen at a specific time by following the order of the business. And this we agreed with the agents of the candidates, and I had communicated the same. So, and I said, if you look at the order of the business, election is supposed to start at a specific time. That by my schedule here it was 13:40. So this is the time. So even those members who are online, now we are in the voting process. We haven't started yet until the returning officer says we start. Yeah. But before that, we needed to clarify all these technical issues. And probably there's a member who is here and hasn't received the link via SMS, via email. There's a situation desk over there to be assisted, because we want to ensure everybody gets a chance to vote. Yeah? If you have an issue, please walk there. They have a register. They'll check. As he has said, if they don't find you in the register, don't mind. Just walk to the office there. They'll verify your details and they'll send you back. And those people, they will update and bring the updated records here.
Been praying for us. That's why you're here. And after I had the chair, we'll have the secretary, but I will explain what the secretary will do first. I hope you have the list of...
Our chairman and all the protocol observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. Those here, those online, I want to take this opportunity to welcome to this agenda, whereby we are going to get the new leadership of our club. And as we agreed with the agents of the candidates, that it is important that we extend the election time to be 1 hour. And they agreed to that. And together with their candidates, we shall proceed as they agreed. If there will be any other reasons as to why we should extend the voting time, we will still consider within the 1 hour that we shall be voting. And looking at the desk of the service provider, I think we shall give ourselves only 10 minutes to be ready. Yeah, so that we can be able to start the process and then try to execute the other agenda on the forum.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. You have your subordinates here to do the necessary. Are we ready to hear the names of the candidates again? Please come and announce the not you, the secretary. I'm sorry, Padre, but I'll still come for confession.
Good afternoon, members. Modoni Njuguna, the Secretary of the Elections Committee, member number 18383. I will be reading to you the list of the members who were approved and communication shared to you via the Secretary on the 19th of March as the list of the nominees that were accepted and those who had fulfilled the elections rules and regulations. I kindly request the nominees that I'm going to read to please stand, and I also request your agents to still stand as well. Position for chairman, we have Thomas Mwaura and Mary Modoni. Vice chairman, David Kafera and Jesse Ndegwa. Honorary secretary, we have John Gitau and Ben Okumu. Treasurer, we have Elias Karaoke and Anthony Kimani. Are those members standing? Oh, okay. And then treasurer, we have also Grace Miano. Membership secretary, Ruth Kamau, Isaac Ngoko, and Joseph Foro. Are your agents here as well? Could they please stand? Maintenance convener, Patrick Kimanga and Patrick Kariri. Okay. Security convener, Armstrong Theuri and General Karanja. Are those members who we are, the trustee needs to validate that you are here? So greenkeeper, we have Kenywa Mushiri, and we have no opposer. Sports convener, Solomon Irungu, no opposer. Kitchen convener, Catherine Gitonga and Mary Wangeshi. We have bar and entertainment, Johnson Wawero and John Chege. Procurement Committee, Stephen Mwetari and Watson Njenga. Are they present? Procurement Committee, Stephen Mwetari and Watson Njenga. Audit Committee, we have Daniel Mwai Karunga, Ngumo Kengori, Patrick Veche, Kefera Maina. Okay, trustee, those are the names of the nominees.
Thank you, Muthoni Njuguna. Members, let's have an orderly queue there at the Situation Room. If you have done like Kiai, you look like you are just chatting there. Are you? Please, let's have an orderly process and let's not overcrowd the place. Thank you, be seated. Oh, you've been made to stand all along. Maybe I can tell you, stand again. No. And I see a gentleman who attended the briefing with the agents. That's still okay. And took us to task in the meeting. Okay. Now, Philip, are you ready? We think because by the numbers that have logged in and the numbers that are present here who have logged in, 1 hour is enough. But because we are a committee, although I've only introduced 3 members, I'd like to introduce a 4th member, Professor Matthews Sila Kiyukia. And another member of the committee, Trustee Lucy Kwendo. And another member of the committee, Bwana Gishuru.
I hope the team presenting is ready. The next one is presentation of the annual budget for 2024, approval of the budget, appointment of auditors, approval of live membership applications. We have a few who have applied for live membership. We have presentation for adoption of the strategic plan. We have some motions which members have raised, and we need to ratify to approve them. Then from there, we have to ratify the election of the golf captain, the lady captain, and the bowling captain. So from there, we'll announce the election bearers, the results of the election, the announcements of the elections. Then we'll have an acceptance speech by the chairman, by just the chairman, and then we will close the meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. Now we are turning to the presentation of the audited financial report for the year 2023. I briefly start. This is my 4th time to do the presentation of the financial reports. First being the year 2021, when we had the COVID, since my predecessor did not manage to do it on time. So I did the first presentation on his behalf. As I turn to the year 2023, the management committee has the pressure of submitting the annual report and audited financial statements for the club for the year ended December 2023 in accordance with the Trustees Act and in compliance with the Ruiru Sports Club Constitution. The new tradition of Ruiru Sports Club is presenting of the quarterly reports within 60 days after the end of the quarter. This has ensured that the members are aware of how the club is performing on a timely basis. This, therefore, today culminates as the consolidation of the 4 quarters, but having been audited by an independent body. As I turn now to the financial booklet which you are holding, page 1, you can see the members who held office of management committee as highlighted therein. Their photos are the inside cover page of the cover report. Now let's turn to page 10. Please, let's turn to page 10. I'm going to be a bit fast and try to summarize. We don't go a lot of details. We are turning to page 10 of the report and paragraph number 7. Statement of disclosure to the club auditor. Each of the person who was part of the management committee at the time the report was approved confirms that 1. There is, so far as the person is aware, no relevant audit information of which the club's auditor is unaware of. 2. The person has taken all the steps that the person ought to have taken as a committee so as to be aware of any relevant audit information to establish that the club's auditor is aware of that information. That is on page 10. Now let's go to the details, and I ask members to turn to page 15. Highlight revenue streams, highlight. Bar. The bar turnover or the sales increased by 2.7 million from 29.4 million shilling to 31.7 million shilling. That attributes to 8.05% of the growth. Catering, the sales kitchen, the sales increased by 2.76 million. That is from 17.4 million shilling to 20.2 million shilling, which translates to 15.8% growth. Golf course growth was 1.1 million shilling. That is from 23.3 million shilling to 24.4 million shilling. That translates to an increase of 4.9%. Swimming, I think the convener did a good job. There was an impressive growth, 0.7, that is 700,000, from 1.2 to 1.9, which translates to 58.5% growth. Boring, there was a negative growth of about 0.45 million. That is from 546,000 to 95.8. That is a sharp decline. Overall, the revenue streams increased by 6.54. That's a growth of about 9.1%. When we go to the direct material cost increased by 5.22 million. The cost on input, which is translates to 10.26%. That's the increment in the cost of sales. Labor cost increased by 3.58, which is 13.16%. Net operating revenue center decreased by 2.26 million from 6.69 to 4.43 million, which translates to 33.3% decline. This is especially due to increment in the cost of inputs. If you remember last year, most of the items were rising, increased by a major, what the chairman has said, more than 30%. But because of the issues which were also affecting members, as a management, we decided, especially in the kitchen, we were not doing so well in the service. We decided to uphold the prices. That's the reason the margins came down. I think that came from Duashe in the morning when you're asking the treasurer, when you're asking the chairman about it. Now, I don't want to go to the details because I think most of members have gone through. Instead of going through, or do you want me to go through every? I think that is highlighted in page 23. If you need to get the details of the operations from all the sections, on page 23 of the financial statements, we have the membership. That's the item number 1. The subscription increased from 29.9 to 33.3 million shilling, 33.3, This is attributed to the increase of the membership of the club for the year 2023. The trade revenue, the sales for the bar have already increased from 29 to 31. The expenses, if you go through increased also from 20 to 22.5. The net income for the bar dropped from 4.3 to 3.7. There was a question I was asked on the online by Mr. Ezekiel Mushina. You remember in January, members requested the management that we relook at the prices of the bar prices. We had to sit with the bar convener, the finance committee, and we drastically reduced most of the prices for the products at that time. So the gross profit margin for the beer prices came down. That's why you can see there was that decline, coupled by also increment in the labor cost. To meet the government deadlines for the minimum wage, we had to increase. It was a big increment because we have to be compliant from the figure we were giving. It was to the new level, especially on the cashews. It was a hit at the bottom, but we tried to maintain the lower prices even with the increment of that, because we said so long as we don't go negative. It was a very tough year for everyone. So looking at the bottom line of each department, I've said about the bar, about the catering. Despite the increase in sales, the cost inputs depleted all the additional revenue we expected. If you go to the next page, you are going to see the performance of the other sections. Golf course, the revenues merely increased by 1.1. We need also to know the components, because some issues need to be, as we come to the end of the budgeted, we need to find out the components of our breakdown of all the income. In the golf course, competition fees contribute 49% of the total revenue in bar. Corporate and individual sponsorship, 34%. The practice fee and little, the clergy fee which comes, contribute to 10% of our income from for the golf. Green fees increased to 4% in the current year, and rage, after we managed to improve the rage, it also improved a bit to 3% of our golf revenue. Expenses likewise increased from 15.8 to 16 million, most expenses being direct proportional to the sponsorship cost. Although the income increased by 1.1, direct cost and labor, by that, the net surplus for the period for the bar was 424, down from a profit of 863 in the previous year. As I said, swimming income increased by 58%. These were driven by the new youthful members which we are getting in the club, and hence the uptake of the children swimming. We also partnered with various local schools on hiring the swimming facilities for their students, and finally a bit of improved on some of the controls which we had put in the swimming to ensure that we minimize the loss which we were getting by people bypassing some of the situations. Boring, I said it was an increment. Other income, as you can see from our note number 10, increased from 1 million to 1.3. This is mostly attributed because ground hire was almost the same, although slightly declined. We managed to invest in the fixed deposits regularly by depositing in the fixed deposit, and this year we managed to get 385 net of taxes, 385,000 as additional income. We also got rental income. You know, we now have spa. We also have the swimming for the car wash. M-Pesa commission almost remain the same. So in brief, that is the detail. So let's turn back to page 15 for more details of the financial statements. If you look at item number operating, gross operating income, we managed to post a surplus, that is net income from revenue centers. We managed to post a surplus of 5.8 million, down from 7.72 in the previous year. The administrative costs and staff costs, however, increased from 31.3 million to 43.7 million, and staff costs increased from 9.5 to 10.5 respectively. In total, this is an increment of 12.4 million and 1 million cost respectively for the two items. Because this is a critical area, because this is what is supposed to be financed by subscription fees, I would like we turn to page 25 so that we can, as members, they should know what made the huge increment. If you look, okay, there is the first item, which is the depreciation amortization. The previous year was 6.8, the current year is 8.8. Those are 2 million shillings. This is a non-cash flow item in terms of movement, but due to the heavy investment we have done into our fixed assets by adding a lot, so we expect the depreciation also to increase, because we invested about 27.3 million shilling. So likewise, the depreciation for the year had to move from 6.8 to 2. So it's not a worrying item because it's a non-cash flow item. General expenses in maintenance, repairs and maintenance, from 4.4 to 5 million shillings. That is almost 600,000. But I think now most of the repairs for the last 2 years, we have managed to do most of the repairs in the kitchen, in the washrooms. So I expect those costs to come down in the coming years. Electricity, you are aware, even from your homes, increased from 2.5 to 4 million shilling. That's an increment of 1.5 million shilling in just 1 year in electricity cost. And having said that, we managed to do a lot of saving, because from the borehole, we were only using solar during the day, and we told them, at least unless the cost is in a very dire situation, like 2 or 3 items, we opened for the power to ensure that we also make sure that our greens does not suffer. From there, the other worrying issue is the provision for doubtful debts. A lot need to be done by the incoming membership secretary, because the huge barriers await for you to come and ensure that we come down. The provision we did, additional provision, what we said here is additional provision of 4 million shilling. You can imagine from a total of, in the last year's budget, 33 million shilling as the subscription fees. 4 million shilling is more than 10% is now a provision for doubtful debt. So we need a lot of work from the incoming team to ensure that we are through with that. Fuel expenses, you are all aware what happened. We came from 1.4 million shilling to 2.5. That's also a very huge increment, almost doubled, because of the cost of machinery. As they are aging, they are also consuming a lot of fuel. Centenary expenses, as Chairman has said in his report, for our 100 year, we had budgeted 1.2. We got short of sponsorship. We ended up spending, with the approval of the management committee, the additional up to 1.9. That's not a very worrying issue, because the next centenary, we are not going to be there, and I don't think we have to budget for it in our lifetime. If you go through the other items, I don't want to go item by item, but you can see general consumables increased, and the worrying was the tractor and more expenses. Jumped from 400,000 to 1.1. Our new fairway motor equipment broke, I think both of them, and the replacement was very high at that time. Dispenser water also went very high. So for the new team, which was the incoming team, should look at it, because with the new borehole and with whatever we had planned for them, they can be able to purify our water so that we can be able to catch up and reduce this kind of cost. So because it increased from 750,000 to over 1 million shilling. All the other items, if you go downwise, the AGM expenses also shot up because we had also SGM in between, and we had to cut off all those costs like we are doing today. Legal cost also jumped up from 400 to 600. The NSSF, the regulations changes, and you can see the effect. And this effect is not it's going to be even more tougher for the incoming treasurer, because the levies and everything, you can see now the housing levy and everything are coming. NSSF also, you see from February, the changes have come in. So you have to be prepared to handle this. That's I'm talking to whoever is going to win, either Grace, Anthony, or Elias. You have to be prepared for that, because you need to tie up and make sure that we are going to be. It needs a lot of science to ensure about the permanent, the cash flows and everything, and what is tangible there. So having said that, I have explained, but if we go back to page 15, you see now from a net income of 5.8, now the admin cost and admission cost came to 54. The membership subscription fees increased from 30 to 33. The written off member subscription, we barely collected 100,000. Those are the areas for the year 2019 and below. That's what we just recovered, because the others are provision. They are not budget. It's just a provision which you have just put in that note. So you can see the deficit for the year from the operations is 14.99, up from 1.9, a deficit of 1.9. So what we need to tie up here is where did we manage this, which is, and the key which the incoming treasurer is supposed to know. The membership entrance fee also increased from 21 to 35.4. The other one is provisional for land rent. So the surplus for the year before taxation was 19.9 million compared to 19.4. From July last year, with the new Finance Act and the new taxation measures, I think there's a note, somebody can be able to follow up on note number 26 later. We are now culpable to tax, except for subscription fees and entrance fees. So all the others, that's where you need now to be balancing to ensure that our members are also not suffering at the expense of that. Having said that, that is the income and expenditure statements for the year ended December 2023. Now I turn to page number 16, which is the statement of financial position. Non-current assets changed from the previous 101 million to 120. This is well tabulated in our note 14 on the same, which members can study on their own. Additions to property amounted to 27 million shilling in year 2023, while depreciation from the same, as I had mentioned in the expenses, is 8.6. Hence the change in the depreciation. Inventories at the year end increased by 1 million from last year to 2, that is from 2.3 to 3.3. We decided to, because of the stockouts and to ensure that members don't get out of stock when they are coming here because of the various brands, and especially on the bar, we had to request the bar convener to have minimum stock levels, and we had to adjust that to ensure that, although it comes with its limitation, to ensure that members are well served with all the products, because we also increase the range of the product. Receivables increased from 12 to 19 million shilling. That one is on note 17. Note 17, if we can barely get. It's on page 30. There is member balances. This is the gross 20.2 million shillings, the arrears in total. There's the provision of now the accumulated 7.4. That's why you're having net member balances of the provision as 12.8. But for the membership secretary, no, you are going to correct 20 and not 12. You have to follow up on that. VAT control account, it also, because of most of the inputs, jumped from 1.2 to 1.8. This is the credit which we continue to consume as we continue. VAT paid under appeal. This is the case which we had in 2017. There is a note to it which we are still requesting KRA to refund us after we won the case, but yet they appealed in the High Court. I think it's a big tall order for us. Then this is the sponsorship debtors. These are the corporate sponsorship debtors. They had, if you look from the previous year, we only had 117. The current year we had 1.7 million shilling. Most of these were the corporate sponsors in last year. By December, it was up to that level. These are the corporate Saturdays and everything. However, this year we have managed to bring them down. I think the incoming treasurer, the figure there now is below 200,000, 100 something. So it's a bit easy. We have tried to ensure that as we leave the finance docket, we ensure everything is cleaned up. Then there's a prepayment of 2 million shilling. When we are going to hand over, these are some of the deposits we had paid for our case, some of the handover notes which we are going to discuss. So having said that, cash and cash equivalents also decreased from 40 to 38 million shilling. So the total of current receivables is 61.4. So when you add up with the non-current assets, came to 183.4 million shilling, up from 156 million. That's note number 8 on page 10. The club auditors, base partners, have served for the last 3 years as per the rotational policy. And from the financial statement I read, I now call Freshia, the independent auditor, to read the auditor's report so that we can be able to move to the next stage. Freshia, base partners.
Thank you so much, Honorable Treasurer David. My name is Freshia Nduta Moirore. I was part of the audit team from Base Partners. Just as an introduction, Base Partners is a CPA. It's a certified public accountant firm. We have 3 offices, Nairobi, Kericho, and Eldoret. And we have a total of 6 partners offering audit, tax, and advisory services. That's just about us. So I'll go direct to read our independent auditor's opinion to the members of Ruiru Sports Club. So before I go to our opinion, the partner's opinion, I want first to clarify the responsibility of us as the auditors. So the responsibility of the auditor is to obtain, our objective of the audit was to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements of the club are free from material misstatements, whether misstatements arising from fraud or even from errors, and issue an independent opinion on the same. I'll then go to the basis of our opinion. The basis of our opinion is premised on the fact that we have conducted the audit in accordance to international standards of auditing, the ISAs. I also want to state that as the auditors, we are independent of the club within the meaning of the ISBA code, the International Ethics Standard Board for Accountants Code of Ethics. This is the code that guides the professional accountants. So we are independent of that fact. I also want to state that we believe that the audit evidence that we obtained is sufficient and appropriate to form a basis of our opinion. Having stated that, I'll now go direct to our opinion that we have audited the accompanying financial statements of Ruiru Sports Club as set out in pages 15 to 33 of the booklet that you're holding. And in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the club as at 31st December 2023, and of its financial performance and cash flows for the then year ended. This is in accordance with IFRS for SMEs and also the Trustees Act. Having stated that, I also want to comment on other information. You realize this booklet, the annual report, contains financial statements, but it also contains other reports that necessarily do not form part of the financial statements. On that, I want to state that our opinion does not cover other information in this booklet. However, our responsibility is to read other information and check if there are any material inconsistencies. We did not have any. The last bit, as I finalize on our reports, I want to confirm that the management committee and the finance team, that we obtained all the information and explanations which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purposes of the audit. There was no limitation of scope. Equally, in our opinion, the proper books of accounts have been kept by the club so far as appears from the examination of those books. And finally, the club's statement of financial position and the statement of income and expenditure are in agreement with the books of accounts. I'm reading this on behalf of our partner, Bethwell Cheruiyot Kirwa, who was with us but had to leave urgently because of an urgent engagement that came up. And as our Honorable Treasurer put it, that yes, we have served as the club auditors for the last 3 years. And we first want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve as the auditors for the last 3 years. We, however, still express willingness to continue in office in accordance to the Trustees Act. Thank you so much, and yeah, that is it from ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Fresia. We have been here with Mr. Kirwa since morning. Just apologize because I think we also overstayed. I think it's also in order. Now, I now hand over to the Honorary Secretary and request him to proceed as required by our Constitution under clause number 981, subsection 3.
Just as stated by the Honorary Treasurer, let's get a proposer and a seconder. Can I get a proposer? Proposer? Oh yes, the gentleman seated here. CPA? Mike?
CPA Peter Nudhu, 21135, I propose.
Thank you, CPA Nudhu. Seconder? There's a arm raised there. A hand.
CPA Christopher KI, membership 18063, I second.
Thank you, CPA KI. And now they have been proposed and seconded. Back to the Honorary Treasurer.
Thank you, HS. When we were sending these financial reports on first, when we were sending these financial statements on 1st of March in a zip document, we requested that we get all the questions by 21st of March so that we can prepare the reply for all the queries, because you know we are not a full-time members here. And as yesterday, Kefefe, if I'm correct, we had not even one query in the email as we had proposed. And unless something is urgent, or I can just take one query because there was none in the system as required, because we had requested all the members to post their questions in the system. By yesterday, not even on 21st, by yesterday, there was none in the system. If there is none, I can proceed now to go to the other budgets, which is the operating budget and the capital budget for the year 2024. This document was also circulated together with the audited financial statements together on 1st of March. And I'll start with the 2024 operating budget. And I'm going to go in summary, because I know a member are tired. In the summary docket, the details I have, which I'm going to share with the incoming treasurer so that we can go through and find out the components of each item, because whatever we normally post here are the summaries. So I start with membership subscription. We had proposed, we have worked it through, and we had increased from 33.3 to 34.7 million shilling for the current year, because there are also some members whom we have now released from our membership according to the constitution after 3 years. The golf course revenue 25, direct cost 15 million. Gross contribution means here we have not factored the salaries, because there are some salaries down somewhere to 10. Swimming increment from 1.9 to 2.1. Direct cost, most of by the year end December there was a lot of stock for some of these swimming materials, so we expect very few input as a direct cost. So we have proposed a gross contribution of 1.6. Boring convener, we have given you a very heavy task to compensate for the year 2023, which we did not do well, to almost 600,000. Direct costs, most of them are normally consumed there, 400, and we are left with a contribution of about 180,000. We should go to the club resources. Other or miscellaneous cost revenue, we have computed, and the revenue might come down from 1.3 to 1.2, because there's some computation which will work there, no direct cost there. So the net contribution still 1.2. Trading, this is the bar and kitchen. We have proposed an increment because of the new membership and some other metrics in there, from 51.9 to 58.7. Direct cost also have jump up from 50 to 43.9. Net contribution jump from 11.9 to 15.9. Noting that in 2023 we did not even do any adjustment to the prices of our products. That is, if we manage to do that, we are going to have a gross funding of net of about 62.9 before now putting the operating expenses. Staff cost, we don't expect much changes, because by the end of the year end we have some people who have left, but we also have new people incoming. We have a new GM coming from 1st of April. So there is going to be a jump on that, but also there are some decline from some of the issues. We also need, when you are putting the KPIs for the employees, so there is a need of reduction so that we can reduce our cost of labor in light of the taxation laws which we are facing, especially from this year. Staff meals, we have also provided for an increment. Staff uniform, we did a lot of staff uniform last year because we had some centenary. So I don't think there is much to be done in this year. So the total staff cost, we expected to marginally reduce with that. Maintenance, if you look at the bottom line, we had 11.9. And if you look most of that, the mowers and cutters and the tractors, we had 3.6 in total. And after replacing most of the other parts, which have 2 or 4 or 5 year guarantee, we expected to come down to about £1 million shilling. So in total, we expect that cost with proper management to come down from 11.3 to 9.2. We did this because we were doing zero budgeting. We were not trying to do percentages. We were doing from zero budgeting of every item. Clubhouse expenses, membership services, we need to have some controls put in place. That's why we're saying about you need to formulate some standard operating procedures to ensure that all the products which we are getting are properly consumed. So we expect in total the Clubhouse expenses to come down from 9.8 to 9.4. Then the admin cost, if you look at that item, the only big event there was events and travel, item number 2, from 2 million to 300, because that's where we had put the centenary. Since we are not going to have centenary in this year, we expect reduction. Office and office tools, most of the items now are almost done, so we expect a slight reduction. Same case, the doubtful debts. Although this is just a provision, we have assumed that the provision for the current year will be a bit lower if we put an enhanced measure. Then we have the depreciation, which is also an uncashed flow item, coming down from 8.8 to 7.5, because most of what we are using is on reducing balance method. So that one is a provision. So net operating costs, 63.6. We have also done we have provided for some taxation there with proper management. We provided to be about 187. Then provision for prior year recoveries, that's 2019 and below. We expected now marginally to be coming down. So our net surplus or deficit after tax was 750,000. So now we have provided for entrance fee, and because of some of the proposals which is going to come, which was passed by management, we expected to correct rates, because we also need to preserve facilities we have for the current members, so that enjoyment of every facility for the club members have a value for it. So we expect it to come down from 35 to 23.5. The computation is there. So the net funding after that is 22.7 million shilling. If I add back the non-cash flow item, which is 7.5, the depreciation, we should have available for capital expenditure of 30.3 million shilling. That is the operating budget for the year 2024. Because I want to read both budgets so that we can have reactions. Let me go through the capital budget. These are the budgets, so they are not actuals, because some few changes will come in, because even some of the provision we do in these capital items, we don't have actual figures, because when we go to the actual figures, they normally keep on changing because inflation, price changes, exchange rates. So I start with we are very few in membership. We had provided for 100,000 to uplift our reception in terms of the cabinet. They doesn't look very well for members. We need some privacy, and we need some at least something which is looking better to the eyes of the visitors. In the maintenance, we did not manage to do the solar parking right. We are still maintained it at 600. Solar water heating system, it was still in our previous budget, but we have rolled over the 3.7 million shilling. Basic tennis court, It was at the final stages, but we decided not to finish because it would interact with our changeover. We decided the new team to come and implement it at 2.9. Staff quarter renovations. I think although we have the bigger master plan, at least some of the houses of our staff are in a very deplorable position. At least even if we are going to upgrade, we need to have a decent living standards for some of us. So provided for that. Caddy's washroom or shed. This is not the one which is ongoing. This is whatever chairman was saying, where they can be able to have some meals or anything. We still have road that 1.5. Then internal roads. I thought this is still on the lower side, but the incoming treasurer will look, because we don't know yet if we have to make the road to the next gate in case we have toll station working and we need our members to be safe, they can be using the next gate. So that's something you need to relook, the incoming treasurer, because you might have some changes there if you work with your development committee. Entertainment, there is a football upgrade we decided, like the way we are doing for the course. The right place for where the football course is, and if it's in the right master plan, that needs also to be upgraded so that we can have a good football pitch. Now that we are in League 2, I think League 2 in the region as a club. Other sports purchases, this is for the other sports convener. You need to keep on updating some of these facilities. We decided to start with them. Is it 2022 PMK or 20? The sports, other sports. We didn't have other sports before. So we had to put some money into it. So we need a budget to ensure that we are having the current products for all our other sports to be in the club. Yeah, so that is other sports accessories and entertainment. House, the total budget which we have done there is about 7.4. The bar lounge seats is 100,000. Bar lounge tables 100. That's inside the ISO now, which we are still which we are trying to start improving. The most important is what the chairman was saying is the dome tent and furniture. To this we had provided for 1.4. Then we had dome, the bar, the dais, the DJ cage, and the fans, all those items to ensure that this place is habitable even during weather like today. You can see, you can understand the weather. We had provided 1.5. Then we had also done a provision at gazebo. If we are going to do some, we can pull our electricity there. We can have some functions there. We can even hire that places on when we don't have when we don't have the golf going on, maybe on a Friday or something. So we had provided for some lighting. Then we need, with the expansion of the dome, we need to have some more fridges. Then, as chairman was saying, we needed to expand reception just for the washrooms, so that those people who are in the dome can be able to access our washrooms nearer by separating, as we have now, men and ladies, so that you can have a wing for ladies, can have a wing for the juniors, and you can have now for men at the reception, improving that one for the accessibility from the dome. So that's what we had provided for about 3 million shillings without affecting the face value of our entrance. So that is in the house. Swimming and boarding, swimming pool, changing rooms. Chairman had mentioned about it. We need, the facility there are so small compared with the number we are getting now. We decided that those facilities should be improved to cater for, even for the other member who are hiring the ground from the other end. We should have gates from the other end. During the facilities, we have a gate there through the solar, through the electric fence. It's locked in the evening so that we can use those facilities, both of us, because when we are hiring the ground, the biggest question we are getting from the potential clients is the issue of washrooms they can be able to use. So that's a major item there of about 3 million shilling. We have, as we have said, swimming pool. As they try to give us more refunds, we also want to pull more on their end to ensure that they are also enjoying their facility. So we have the swimming diving blocks, swimming rain lobes, swimming pool the pavilion, which we had already indicated there, we had decided to hold from last year because we could not have two competing items running at the same time, which was this dome and the other one. That one, the incoming committee can consider when to do it so that we don't have conflict between there and here, because we might have, after spending a lot of money on the dome, and then the other people are going at the other end, and maybe we can do some amendment to this budget to cater for the items, like the items for the master plan registration. Then the boring equipment, there are some, as far as, however it's not doing, we have our Kenya One from Ruiru. We still need to ensure that our boring facilities and equipment are up to date when it comes to competition, even from the other clubs. So we had sat with the boring convener and we looked at those items and we had budgeted a figure of 380,000. Finally is, okay, we are still in the office. We have the ICT infrastructure. Most of the work which was ongoing, we also have a change of ICT user from this year. So we have provided that a figure of about 3.6 million. Don't know it's going to be, I know it might be sufficient so that you are rolling over to a new system which is going to be more vibrant or maybe more corresponding as per the needs of Ruiru. Finally, the catering. These are additional equipment which we have provided for at a figure of 1 million shilling. And finally, the planning, we have decided to put some boundary wall. This we had talked with the security. We said we don't have enough funds, but we need to look at the most porous areas, and we need to tell the development the areas which needed to be safeguarded, and especially because of member safety. And we said, let's just give a provision of 2.5 million shilling. This budget was, we had gone through it together with finance. It was approved by the management committee. So the total capital expenditure for the year 2024 coming to a figure of 39.8 million shilling. At the moment, the incoming treasurer, sorry? I didn't mention greenkeeping. Okay, I'll go through that. I have been reminded, okay, let me finish with the boundary. I have been reminded, I go briefly through greenkeeping. Greenkeeping, we were still holding, this budget has gone for 3 years now, almost 3 years. The Redis tea, we need to ensure that now they are up to date, and we have provided figure of 480. Hope this year now it's going to materialize. Then golf course and fairway servicing. We had passed a resolution of the management, this is now the third year, that at least we do 2 fairways and 2 greens every year to ensure that with time we are going to catch up with all the other big boys. So in the current year, we had planned for fairway number 6, 14 and 16. And because of most of the inputs have gone up from the budget which we have put, a fairway we have given a budget of 700, so I put a figure of 1.4 for fairway number 14 and 16. Then we have ready tee markers. We were still pursuing some sponsorship on it, but we have provided for it in our budget. In case we are going to delay in doing it, we can do it on our own and ensure that tee boxes for men also resemble the tee boxes for ladies, and all the markings are the same. Then we have scarifier. You see for the greens, the whole China and the green. We are hiring the whole China from different clubs, and it is costing us money. It can help us even removing the thatch of the grass. So we had provided that in last year. What we did this year is we had got a quotation of the equipment with 7 cassettes for different roles. But we decided to just remove most of the other and have 2 items to be done by the same equipment. So we have provided a figure of 2.5 million shilling. Then if you look at our fairway, there are some areas where the sprinklers are not getting. We need to replace most of those sprinklers, and we had done a survey 35 of them are not in good shape, and we need them to be replaced with the current modern one. And those ones, 35, we have given a budget of about 500,000. Then the upgrade range facilities. At the moment, we have done the range. We were thinking of getting a range from the other end to be used by public, and also to upgrade our area now. We don't have some washrooms there, because when you go to the range, there are no washrooms. When it's raining, people are running here. We needed at least some modernization and upgrade at the range, including the solar lighting, in case somebody want to overstay there, maybe up to 7, 8, because still can be able to do it. So we had provided a figure of about 1.3 million shilling. So the total which we had given to the greenkeeping was 7.7. So as you go to the bottom line, the total capital expenditure for the year 2024, 39.8. Currently, I have about 9.5 million shilling in the capital account, not the running account, which we are going to hand over to the incoming team, so that if they add that with whatever we have done, the funds allocation from the capital expenditure, they can be able to meet all these expenses with this. And with that, I call the HS now to move to the next request for proposal.
Thank you, CPA David Kabera, the Honorable Treasurer. Can I get a proposer and a seconder? The gentleman there. Kinyanjui.
Engineer Kinyanjui Wainaina, membership number 18436. I propose.
Thank you, Engineer. Can I get a seconder? There is a seconder there. There's a lady there, CPA.
CPA Grace Miano, member number 18786. I second.
Thank you, CPA Grace. And with that, I'll also now hand the mic back to the Treasurer to take us through.
Again, I didn't get any queries in the system, but I can answer one or two reactions from that. Bwana Kamau.
Good afternoon again. My name is CPA Kamau, member number 23009. I'm just referring to the capital budget. And apologies, maybe I would have asked when the notice was given. But when I look at the vehicular control system, it does not have any figure that has been provided. And maybe I'm wondering if it was provided in the previous year's budget, whether it could have been put as outgoing or maybe an overrun of the budget. Maybe you let us know. Number two, there has been a very thorny issue with the members about our kitchen facilities. And so far as I can see, what has been provided in the capital budget is basically catering equipment. Most members were of the view that we have been trying to expand the kitchen. That kitchen has been very clumsy. For those people who have had a chance to peep in, we don't understand even how those people fit and turn. And we thought because we have not been doing very badly in terms of finances, we could have had a capex for extending the kitchen facility, so that even as we buy more equipment, then it will also be spacious to cater, because you realize even the jam that you experience here with the members is because as much as we have sufficient staff, but the facility is quite tight. Maybe the final one is about the bowling. I realized that there was a very significant drop in terms of the income. I mean, from 95,000 to what was budgeted, and they are still being given more budget. Probably the incoming bowling convener maybe need to be informed what went wrong, so that we don't continue pumping money or giving them very high figure which they will not even attain. Because when you are moving from 95,000 to 560,000, to me that is quite significant. Lastly, without going back to the financial, there's something I also noted that the staff meal costs have really increased from about 900 to about 1.3. I think that is a point of concern because if you don't put good controls, those are staff costs that can end up leaping every surplus that you need. So even the incoming team, they need to put some controls so that then the staff meals do not become another big expense which is not getting revenue to the club. Thank you.
Thank you, William.
Thank you, Honorable Treasurer. This is quite commendable. I have a couple of questions and I'd like to avoid hogging the mic. So before I ask my question, the first thing I would like to inquire is the separate item with membership fees, increment and all that. Will that be tabled separately or can I ask a question regarding that now?
That will be tabled separately.
Okay, then I'll go to my initial questions, then I'll get a chance to ask a question on that when we get to that particular item. Two questions on, and forgive my lack of financial acumen. I'm not from the, I don't have a financial background, but there is a M-Pesa commission, and for those who transact on M-Pesa here, they're probably, when we withdraw money, Ruiru Sports Club is an agent, it's a sub-agent to an agent. I've never understood why we need to be a sub-agent. Can we go to Safaricom directly and we become an agent directly? I stand guided. The other item is, and probably it's lacking on page 24 on the income, there are members, guests who visit the club and they leave with the guest cards with certain balances, including the minimum balance, which is normally, I think it's normally about 500 plus whatever else is on the card. Is that captured anywhere in our incomes? Thank you, and I'll wait for the other session to ask questions on the new fees and all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I start with Martin, with Mr. Kamau. If you look at the capital budget, the heading of the capital budget, that's why we read them separately, because you know the incoming committee and the outgoing committee, January to March, is always, most of the items are done by the outgoing committee. That's why we have 2024, 2025. So the issue of the vehicular control system has already been done. That's why we have removed it from the year 2024 to 2025. So it's almost done, and everything has been catered for. And what has not been catered has already been provided for up to March. So that's one. Your next question was your next question was on the kitchen expansion. I hope you have been into that place of late. If you look at the financials for 2022, the capital budget 2022-2023, we have pumped almost 1.3 million shilling there. There's nothing you can be able now to do at that level unless now we do a total overhaul, which is now supposed to be a very new structure. Some of the equipment even which we have bought in the current year, they are behind, not even in the store. We have almost demolished everything in that kitchen, trying to look for extra space. Whatever now has to be done is a total, like it's a new thing has to be done. And since we have the master plan and we have the strategic plan, we cannot be able to do now some of these issues with the current kind of space is there. So the incoming team should look at a total overhaul and redoing of everything, which includes if we are doing a new clubhouse, we have to prioritize because of our kitchen. because now that kitchen cannot be able to manage the kind of membership we have. Although also service is also in need, which we think when with the new incoming general manager, he can be able. We had taken him there to look at it, saying even some places can operate it in a very a smaller space than that. What we need is the efficiency of the output from that area. Maybe that's a temporary issue now, before the incoming team have to relook it in a very strategic, in a long-term situation. Martin, now I come to you. M-Pesa. We have tried twice from 2022, 2023, trying to get our own M-Pesa. We have even some people who have tried to, through this club, to help us go through it. But I don't know what happens, because we are told we have to go through a super agent. But I think they have to take, that's what the new treasurer should come and take, because this is the second time we have tried, because we wanted to use our own so that we can be able to get more commission from it. Guest card balances. If you look at note number 4, we have membership cards there. That is on page 23. You see the membership related. We have something we call membership cards. Those are the extra income which comes through, which is recorded through there. On top of page number 23. You can see it? Yeah. So that's where those funds for the cards are related. Having said that, because I didn't want to mix whatever item, the new item which you are requesting, and the other one. That's why I decided to be on its own, so that I can now go through the changes. Martin, boring. It's not so much 600, because for the previous year we were at 600. So maybe they need to get their metrics well, because although it is 600, we need the flow, and you see they were spending almost everything, but we need all those things to go through the club. Those kind of sponsorship, although they are going to spend it and maybe leave the club with 5% or 6%, we have put that so that we can be able to bring them back on that. We are putting the budget on that to ensure that there is we don't kill one sport, we don't kill that sport because of lack of those facilities, because they said without some of these facilities they cannot be able to reach at that level. So as a club we decided it's better we give them those equipment, so that we see whether they are going to come out of whatever they are, so that there is no issue of elements of equipment and those items, because they were trying to compare with the other boring in the maybe two or the other clubs which we are competing with, and those who have those facilities. Thank you. Solomon.
Thank you, Treasurer. My question is on the operating budget and staff costs, salaries and wages, which has gone down from 27.4 to 27.0. And I know you spoke a bit about that.
Yes.
But one of the things that we've been experiencing in this club is a laxity in the service. And to improve that, I would presume that we need to improve on the staff welfare and staff well-being, and which could also mean increasing or decreasing the workload on each staff member. Have we factored that in?
Okay, thank you, Solomon. That was a very big issue which we had to go through. We even went with when we were doing the recruitment, and we found out, even like in the last few months, we would discuss with the back on Vina with a number of staff, and we found some improvement, because now there is those we are giving them, is it commissions which we are giving them for attaining, and we found out why are we getting a better service with lesser members of the staff. So the key performance indicators for all the staff and the value addition, that's why we said even with the current staff, if you compare our performance with the other clubs, because we normally get the number of staff and the value compared, let's say, salary versus the output of that club as a percentage. we were still on a higher side. We need to ensure that our income and our staff cost are in relation to the industry and in comparison with the other clubs which we are comparing, because we normally compare, and that's a task which is supposed to be taken very seriously by the HR and the new general manager, because we had to take him through that, and they could also realize that we can be able to reduce that and get even more output, because if you tie the staff, because when you have laxity, if you go at the back, that's where on the back of the kitchen, most of the time you can find some few people there which are not there. This has been tied up now by bringing the new general manager who is going to ensure we get value for it. Because it's not only that you add direct value to the salaries for you to get the output. You can do the other way around. Thank you. Now, I go to the proposal, which was because of what the cost in lies of all the products, the management committee went and looked at the financial, and I had discussed this financial on page 15. On page 15 of the financials which you approved, the administrative and other operating cost 43, administrative and staff cost of 40, that's 54. Although if you remove non-cash flow items like a lot of the depreciation, like the centenary, still we had to operate our club with some borrowed money from the entrance fee. Entrance fee is supposed to be entirely for capital expenditure, and we have to ensure that that full amount which is coming from the entrance fee is directly going to the capital expenditure and not going to support any operating expenses. By doing so, we realize that if you don't have any entrance fee, how are you going to run the club if we go to that trend and assume we have seen the rise in cost? The last time we increased the subscription was 1st of January 2021. 2022, 2023, and now 2024, there were no adjustment. So the management committee sat and tried to relook at what can be done to ensure that the operating budget does not get any money from the entrance fee. And by doing so, we are going to ensure that the entrance fee is for capital expenditure. Because if we don't do that, the next option, and I don't know whether the incoming treasurer knows, he's going to put a levy, maybe like other clubs which are doing, which we didn't want, to put levies on members to cater for some of this expenditure. Let the operating budget land by itself. And to safeguard the future of a club, we said, because we are getting huge numbers of incoming members, they are the one, first of all, to get a plan to ensure that they pay more for what you have already done for the past 5 years. So when I go to that, I decided to do this on its own because it needs your approval, either acceptance or rejection. We decided that, however, with a lot of pain, we said we increased our entrance fee in the previous year, which was approved by members, from 300 to 400. Did that deter at that cost for members to come in? We even got, even with the new membership, we still got a huge number that you see the facilities which we are getting. We need to have a smooth transition of how we are expanding the facilities in line with the new members who are joining. That's where we need a proper audit of our facilities, versus the number of members, and especially for all the areas, including other sports, so that we could be able to balance. So the members said, for the entrance fee, now coming to that note, Martin, the entrance fee from 1st of April, we increased the family package from 400 to 500 for those people who are coming. That is from next month. Single from 380 to 450. Disprocating to 350, from 350 to 420, and corporate from 330 to 400. That is for the new members who are coming. at least we reduce the number of members who are coming, so that at least first we improve on the facilities of what we are having. Now members here are scrambling for almost all the items. Maybe the incoming team can take 1 or 2 years to realign that, because if you see what we have gone through in the last 3 years, because of the members' goodwill and how they have perceived, we have got more than 300 members in the last 3 years coming into the club. So we need also a control, first of all, to ensure that we are aligning our facilities. That's for the new members. Those are the changes which we were proposing as management, which was passed by the management committee. When it comes to the subscription, the last time we increased the subscription fees was 1st of January 2021. 4 years down the line, everything has been going up, and we, as we have said, if you look, if we bring the back here, the 2020 financials, and in comparison now to the 2024, and you look at the expenses which are going, member decided that we increase the quarterly amount from 6,125 for a family to 7,500 per quarter. From 6,125 to 7,500 per quarter, which translates to 30,000. But that cannot be backdated. If you look at the other clubs, I had a privilege to read, two of the clubs have done an AGM, and they even have backdated those charges. For our members, we are still in a very different region. We know the struggle we are saying. We're saying even after 4 years, we implement that from 1st of January 2025. That is for the family package. For the single package, we were paying 3,000, that's 15,000. That was about 3,800, and we are increasing that to 5,000 per quarter. That's 20,000. Away member, we are paying 6,000. We proposed an increment of 7,600 from 1st of January 2025. Green fees, if you look from the clubs which are all around, the competition fees from next year, we propose to increase from 700 to 800. And these are discussed even from the golf committee. We said we were paying 700. The golf balls, before we were buying them at 200. We are buying them at 250. So how do we tie out? We need, when we say we are paying golf ball 1 at 250, we just get 500 for the competition. That's why we increased to 800. And that is from 1st of January 2025. Then we have the Kraje fee, the members. Members normally pay 300 from this club if there's a Kraje here. With the cost, and the running cost of this course, however, you are saying it's in a good state. It is not that it's very expensive to run this club. And I hope with the improvement which you have seen there for the last 3 years, it is costing also a lot of money. So we propose to increase for the members. The outsiders are paying 500. We don't, that one will go in tandem with whatever they are going to pay for the other clubs. But we increased it from 300 to 400. Then the biggest question which made us to relook at this is the practice fee. If you look at the budget which we just read, and Kamau, if you look at the golf, that is on page 24. The last item on note number 7, golf course, the income. There's the last item which is 2.5. 2.5 million is what the practice fee for 2024 has helped us to maintain that. Members are saying we need to get out of this practice fee, and members should come and go to the course without paying any practice fee, like how it was happening before the COVID. So when we are discussing on the issue of this increment, we had to ensure that we factor this. We are going to get 2.5 million shilling out of our capital budget, and that is from 1st of January 2025, because they have to go in tandem. The day you are increasing here, you have to remove here, because the extra income which we are raising by this proposed item is 7.3 million shilling. 7.3 million shilling is what we are going to raise by the additional increment from January 2025. If you remove 2.5 now, because what you see in the next item is there, practice fee is waived from 1st January. So we are only get 7.3 less 2.5. You can see the increment which the just increment which is there compared to the expenses which you are seeing on the other page. Then the other item is the entrance to the club, the range. These are also proposals which were also passed from the Gov Committee, Finance Committee, and approved by the management from 700 to 800. This is for non-members. If you are not a Royal member, this is the green fee you pay to go to the range, even if you are not going anywhere else. So we increase that by 100 shilling. Golf balls with no increment on that. Then with the recommendation of the Golf Committee, which was also approved by the Finance Committee and entire Management Committee, we decided to in tandem with the green fees which we are being charged in the other clubs. And in that, we agree that green fees on weekend with a member be increased from 2,500 to 4,000. Green fees on weekend without a member be increased from 3,500 to 5,000. Green fees on weekday with a member to be increased from 2,000 to 3,000. Green fees without on weekday without a member to be increased from 3,000 to 4,000. This was the recommendation which came from the Golf Committee after doing their research, because they are the expert in that. They had done some comparison of what the other clubs are charging. So these were the proposed changes which which Management Committee requested we present to the members today, noting that some of them will take effect on 1st of April 2024, and majority of what is going to affect the current members will take effect from 1st of January 2025. So that's a Management Committee, the entire committee. Thank you.
If I'm to go with what I think on the daily membership fee, I feel if we are to change this, can we change it in line? If I'm going to Muthaiga, I pay about 7,000, isn't it? Or 8,000. If I go to Karen, there's a rate that they have for us. Can we have, because this I believe is for the non-reciprocating members, can we have it as, if a current member is coming here, if I pay a 7,000 fee at their club, I believe our facilities are now at that level that we have a good cause. The facilities that we have done are doing well. If I pay 7,000 at Muthaiga, let a Muthaiga guy also come here and pay 7,000. Let them not be a thicker and say, really just here, it's just 2,000, 4,000. Let them pay what we pay at their cost. Thank you.
So are you proposing to go the 4,000 or 7,000?
I'm proposing, very good, that's the key word, an eye for an eye. 7,000 there, 7,000. If you pay 10,000 in Karen, let them also pay 10,000. I think you're equal members in. Yeah. Thank you.
More reactions? John G. Gitao.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Secretary. This entrance fee, I think it was a good suggestion that we should review them upwards. But when members talk, I think they have been a view that even 500 is on the lower side. Actually, people here, even people vying for seats, they have said they can take it to 700. And the reason why this has been fronted is that of late the membership have really gone up. We are actually overstretching the facilities that are existing. And maybe they are ought even to have maybe somebody do what we call optimality test. At what members can they comfortably fit the existing facilities? I think everybody noticed when you had the captain's game, I think the people who played golf were 378, and people were overstretched, including our kitchen, our services were overstretched. So, Royal has become a destination for everyone. In fact, when you go to play other clubs, Even if you go to Marindi, everybody even knows Mwangi by name because of the, the generosity that Ruiru has shown for years. And we are not saying that we are not going to be generous, but I think we have been over-generous. If you come for a big competition here, you can't get a parking, even if it's at 10 a.m. in the morning. So I think we have to make a decision because we are really deterring. Even 700 people will still join. And who is going to gain more? It is the Ruiru Sports Club, because we have more money to extend our facilities and to do better in terms with that additional funds. Secondly, it's about even the rage. I think there was a proposal, somebody had said we can decide whether to outsource the rage or even to run it by the club. But I think that depends on so many other functions. Then the rest is about the corporate fee. I think the corporate membership should be defined in terms of the minimum numbers. So if a company, let's say, just for the sake, let me see CIC, if it's going to pay 400 for their member they are paying for, there should be a minimum number, either 5 members or 10 members.
There is a minimum number, it's in the constitution.
Yeah, that should be very clear so that people know it's not just a single member being fronted. Thank you.
John Getao had a reaction. Let's go to him first.
Good evening, members. John Getao, member number 18202. I believe the suggestions are very good, but I have a couple of however. We have a role as a club to improve on our facilities. When you find a lot of members coming to join, there are a lot of questions that we get. Do you have a gym? Do you have sauna? The facilities that we lack. We might as well say that we are going to increase, but still we are short-charging the members. Even if we try to compare ourselves with what Mr. William is saying, when I go to Karen, I'll go play golf, shower, go to the sauna. So there's a lot of added advantages. I believe as a club, we have an obligation to find what do members want. Do we have capacity to make sure that every member who is joining is not joining just to be a golfer, but he's enjoying all the facilities that we provide. Every day we are complaining about services, and you are hoping you are going to improve. It's us to call ourselves kando tujiulize, what are we supposed to do to be able to attract? Because if at all we are able to do so much, even if we say tomorrow it's 1 million, members will join. But we feel we are still not there yet, so we can still retain the amount. And also we are expecting, as the trustee said, some money. So by the moment we get that money and we are able to improve on our facilities, we can even shoot the amount that we want to raise today. So for me, I'm objecting the increase. However, that was on the membership fee. But on the matters competition fee, we can increase to 800 and also now waive the practice fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. John G, thank you. Engineer Wainaina.
Thank you. Member number 18436. Now I have a comment on the very popular counter proposal by my friend Nathaniel on the daily membership fee, popularly referred to as green fee. I think we need to be very careful, even as we consider again the popular counter proposal by Nathaniel, so as not to go against the general practice by all other clubs, golfing and non-golfing. The practice is to charge a uniform fee across the board, irrespective or without consideration for one's membership, the one seeking a daily membership. I think we need to maintain that practice, and not even to mention that that proposal, if carried, will visit administrative nightmare at the reception, you know, as they seek to establish the membership of this person who has come. Do they come from Malindi, Muthaiga, Nanyuki, places? So I think a good proposal, but probably the time for that has not come. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. Trustee Mudhoni, you have a reaction?
I have the mic. I have the mic, sorry.
Who has the mic?
I was given the mic by the gentleman passing the mic, so allow me to overrule our trustee. So two things. I want to disagree with, sorry, Martin Karanja, member 18476. I want to disagree with John G on not increasing the entrance fee. The facilities you talked about, John G, are critical, and they need to be a value proposition for this club, and we'll make sure that they are part of that, because they're not just for the people who are joining, who are asking about them. It's even us who are here, who are looking for that basketball court, the gym, and all that. But that said, we've seen what we can do with the resources we have, right? Now, I would be keen to protect existing members or our current members from more surcharging. But I don't necessarily have to care so much about who is coming in. If it's $1 million shilling, they can come in at $1 million shilling. We came in at whatever cost we came in when the cost had Maram. And we've been patient without a gym. So, I want support. There's a gentleman who stood before John G saying we should even take it to 700, because if we can secure, looking at the revenue that was made this year, about 33 million from new joiners, if we can be able to utilize that amount and say it's not going to go to the golf course or go to the kitchen or wherever, we find how we're going to do the kitchen, these new members joining in, how can we dedicate that budget to start doing the gym? And you know, at times you don't need to sell the actual facility. You can sell the dream. We can start building it, and whoever is joining, we can tell them we're in the process of building a gym and all the other facilities that we need. So I'm in support of taking this amount even higher than this. However, I'm a bit skeptical on the issue of subscription fees. We have a very good percentage of this membership who are retired members. We need to think about that. I'd rather retain the family, single, and away membership at the current rate, because even at the current rate, in the last 1 year, we've gotten members that have raised, I don't know how much the joining fees, what percentage of that is actually subscription, because they pay joining and subscription. So we can limit that, probably postpone it for another 1 year, and hopefully we can revise it next year. And again, I want to go to the green fees. Sorry, I have a couple of issues. On the clergy golf day, I don't know how many of us know that the clergy golf, this is the home of clergy golf. This is where it started. So let us not go for that one extra 100 shillings to just increase revenue. Instead, how can we ensure that when we have this clergy golf, we have more players coming in? And naturally, we've shown, if you compare ourselves with our peers, anytime we have clergy golf here in Ruiru, we have more players than when they go to our peer, or rather our sister clubs. So I'd like us to retain it at 300, because I mean that marginal change of 100 shillings is neither here or there, but the reputational risk that comes with just that increment is not something that we are worth taking into place. I don't have clarity on the range fees, where we say entrance to club stroke range. Does it mean when I go to the range, I pay 800 and then I pay for the number of balls, golf balls, that I'm going to pay for here? Is that cost compounded? Sorry? As a member, I'm asking this question as a member. Do members need to pay these 800 shillings? All right, I'm glad. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Before I give the next member to make some reactions, I also want to acknowledge members who are online. And because they can see and listen to what we are saying, I want to request them, if they have any questions, please, there is a functionality you can chat. We are going to read your comments. Trustee Modwale now? No, now I have to give to Trustee, then Daktari. Where is the mic?
I don't know what Mutisia wants, but really what I wanted to say is this. It's good to make suggestions on 1 or 2 and 3, but I think there must have been a finance committee or a golf committee that sat to propose this. And I would propose that perhaps we accept the way it is, an incoming committee can make their own interventions so that they have thought carefully about it and propose it in the coming year. That would be my proposal. Because right now we are just intervening on a list we've just seen for the first time. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee. Dr. Lubale?
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. My name is Gabriel Lubale, member number 19248. I rise on a point that I would like you to consider, Honorable Secretary and the Chair. We began the meeting at 10. It's already 5. And from where I sit in terms of work balance and also health, we are doing very badly. My observation will be, it appears our colleagues from the accountants should now turn into lawyers. And if they have to make submission in such a meeting, they should sign their memorandum so that perhaps the committee can read. And if they're allowed to speak, they should be very brief to the point. So my suggestion will be that the thing is that we are going to do service other agendas on this program in light of what has been happening, unless, Honorable Secretary and the Chair, you take charge of this meeting. We are way beyond the time. That was my contribution. I didn't have a question, but I thought as an HR person, I should rise and speak because this is not the right thing we are doing. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Well noted. And now, members, do we go with the proposal from Trustee Modwale? All right. All right. Let me get more reactions. Anyona, very quickly.
Okay. Thank you. Simon Geshuru, member number 18401. We've had various submissions, including from the trustees, that the money that is due to us will be submitted in the near future. So any member joining this club is also joining on the basis that that money is going to come to this club. So I am of the opinion, and I support my brother Karanja Martin, that we need to increase the membership, the joining fee, to whatever amount, be it 600,000 for family or whatever. We need to increase that joining fee because any member who joins this club will enjoy the services and facilities of this club when we get $500 million from the Kenha, or whichever body is paying us that money. So I would rather we increase the membership fee, if not close it, if not close membership, because we are expecting sufficient revenues in this club. We don't need members' money, new people's money to join the club. But increasing subscription for currently existing members, I think that may not go down very well with me. I believe the amounts that we are paying are sufficient, also based on the perception that in accounting we recognize revenue not at the point of receipt, but at the point of the commitment. So I am of the opinion that we'd rather increase the membership and maintain the current subscriptions as they are. The other thing about reciprocation is that many of us patronize other golf clubs. And when we go to other golf clubs, we are treated in a particular manner, which is very different from the way we treat those members when they come to our golf club. We end up paying very high green fees when we go to other clubs, but when those members come to our club, they end up paying very little, if any,
when they come to our club. I would rather that we reciprocate that. If you're a member of Karen, and when we go to Karen, we pay 5,000. If you come to Roiro, you pay 5,000 shillings, as we pay in your club. That would be my submission on the issue of green fees. Let us also reciprocate what they do to us, including our sister clubs, which I will not mention, for which some of the members are almost life members of Ruiru. But they come here and enjoy our services. But when we go to their club, they treat us as strangers within their clubs. That would be my submission, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take the last submission from Foro. Oh. Okay, I'll take one from the management. Just continue.
Very good. Joseph Kefue, member number 18228. My submission is that Rome was never built in one day, and I think successive management committees have done a wonderful job. Some of us joined here when we paid 35,000 shillings for family membership. That was in 2007. And we've seen the subtle increments and what we've been able to achieve. My take would be that, whereas all of us would do with a lot more money in our pockets, it's not always the case that money alone achieves the objectives that we want to do for the club. It is not that we are short of cash per se, that the facilities we have are the way they are. But we've seen incremental positive changes in the facilities and in what we've been able to achieve. I would go with John G. and actually say that we do not increase the entrance fees for now. Not because we don't need the money. Of course we need the money. But I think at 400K, at this point in time, it is still a fair entrance fee for a new member to join. And it's not that we completely don't want other members to come to here. It's not that we are extremely overstretched if we got to 5,000. The truth is, any one of us here, if they were denied an opportunity to come to the sports club, they would obviously have had a very bad feeling. So in my view, let's allow the other members who want to join at 400,000 come in and join. On the matter of green fees, I like the current increment. That is fine. But I do not want to believe that because Karen charges me 10K, I also charge them 10K. Beyond the green fees, it's a total experience. When I go to Karen, there's a little bit deeper experience of being there, and the facilities that you encounter with, and the level of service that you get, and the general environment that you find there. It is the truth that we have improved. We've done a wonderful job on our cause and on our other facilities. But the truth of the matter is that we are not like Muthaiga, and we are not like Karen. We will get there, for sure we will. One day we'll host Kenya Open, but we are not there yet. I would not want to do an eye for an eye. Let's increase them as has been proposed, but let's not necessarily charge the way they charge. We are not competing with them per se. We must not do what they are doing to us. Let us be fair in how we treat them. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Degwa, very briefly.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary. Jesse Degwa, membership number 18198. And I want to jump quickly to green fees. And I want to say, yes, we are not Karen and we are not Muthaiga, but we are getting there soon or later. So it's a considered opinion of golf committee where I chair, that after looking at the proposal of reciprocation in terms of golf charges, green fee charges, that at the end of the day, we still want to raise funds to continue building the course, as Honorary Treasury had said. It requires a lot of money to maintain the course. If you are so much prohibitive, charging 10,000, you will not attract golfers. In fact, you will send them away. So if we can just agree that the way it's standardized for everyone, I think we are going to raise more funds. And I also agree with the majority of you that the entrance fee should go up for the same purposes, to continue the trajectory, the growth that we are experiencing right now. And that money that was promised to come, I was here 2016, it was still coming. So please, let's objectively look at what we have and what we can raise to sustain the club. Asanteni.
In our constitution, clause 9.7, if you have that copy, says decisions of the annual general meeting shall be by simple majority of the members present. And now I'm going to phrase a question that is going to be by simple majority acclamation. Either you support, you have yeas or nays. All right? So if the yeas have it, we'll go with the way it is. If the nays have it, this is going to be taken back to the Finance Committee, the incoming one, for review.
Peter Maura, member number 18359. I think, Secretary, we are forgetting that there are people who are online. I think there is 130 people who are watching, so we need to recognize that they also have a contribution to make. So if you are considering the majority, then they should also participate in that process.
Yes, I am following, and I have requested them they post the questions here. I can see their chats. Nobody so far has posted a question. Yeah. Now, being a simple majority, I also have to ask this question. I want to do it very right. How are they going to vote? Because yes, Mike here to the expert here, to the lawyer and the CS. Glory. Yeah.
I'm not sure how fast the team that was helping us set up the election can do a poll. And on a poll will accommodate everyone. Because the reason is the team online, then we'll have to think of how they are going to vote.
Yes, now I have to take more reactions because we have to do it right. Kihato, Daktari.
Yes, habari ya jioni. My name is Wellington Kihato, member number 18441. My question is, you want to raise a question that we either vote yes or no. But what are we voting? Are we voting for the whole of this page? Because what majority have discussed is about the entrance fee, subscription. Majority of us, we are saying no. Then there's the green fee. What are we really voting for? Because we need some clear guidance. Because as far as we are concerned, we are not going to vote for the whole of this amount. We need to either expurge some and then we are left with others. Otherwise, I don't see the need, because even our sugars are so down. We don't have to discuss everything the same day. We can even ask for a special annual general meeting to discuss this document. Kindly.
All right, one more advice I'm being given is we can always postpone it to another meeting, but we have a proposal and a seconder to postpone it. That's one proposal we have from the expert. All right. Now I have to give Engineer Minor. He has already been raising his hand. Very brief, Engineer Minor, please, in 2 minutes, please, because of time. 1 minute, okay, 1 minute.
30 seconds, maybe. Two shades of opinion. One, are we increasing entrance fee? Yes or no? The other one is, from the membership here, they're saying we don't interfere with our annual subscription. That's, and these are the things we are talking about. So we cannot vote on this document as it is. Because it's all those particular items that we are voting for.
Engineer Muragori.
I am James Muragori, member number 18192. I think we are confronted with a difficult question which we must get a solution to. And that is, we here who are in this dome attending this meeting physically, we also have others who are attending this meeting digitally or online. If we have to vote on any item, all those in attendance must participate. And from the look of things, we have a technical hitch. We will not be able to collate any voting from those online. So my suggestion is this matter be put off until another day.
All right. So can I get a proposal and a second and we postpone it? A proposer, Wellington Kihato.
I propose we defer this matter until further notice.
Thank you. A seconder. Joseph Foro.
I second that we defer this matter to a later day.
The whole of it, that's what they have requested. No, the financials. All right, the financials, we have to get a proposer and a seconder for the financials. This was a separate document that was presented by the treasurer. We did actually. Yeah? Sorry for the correction. Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, now we move to the next item. And I want to welcome the treasurer back very quickly because of the auditors. We need to appoint auditors for the next financial year.
Thank you, Honorary Secretary. That's an agenda item of auditors for the year 2024. Was not completed by the procurement committee. It was still under, they're still doing the final evaluation of the auditors. And that one will be now be dealt by the new management committee because they have the powers. After the evaluation, they will get the right candidate. They will communicate to the membership that after that, after the evaluation, whichever company will be shortlisted or will be approved should be approved by the management committee in totality and be communicated to members, because at the moment it is still a work in progress because they had not finished the evaluation.
Thank you, CPA Kabera. I will quickly move now to the next agenda, which is approval of life membership. I don't want to read all the life membership letters I received because of time. I believe members were able to read them when they were circulated, right? Yes, exactly. There were 4 life membership. One was from Dr. Joseph Karienye, Lawrence Gashara, Peter Kamau Dirango, Samuel Gadadi, and if they are with us, because I can see them around, I would request them they be upstanding. Point of order, yes.
Okay, so I'm picking from your statement that the management committee or whichever committee is concerned has not appointed an auditor for the club, is in the process of appointing, but I wish to bring your attention to point number 6.53.
Please mention you are quoting the Constitution.
I'm quoting the Constitution of Ruiru Sports Clubs, 6.53, which says that the functions of the management committee under 6.53 are to nominate external auditors for the club for approval by the annual general meeting. So when the management committee appoints an auditor for this club, then it should be subjected to the approval of members. It is not an issue of communication that we have appointed so and so or this firm to do the audit. It should be subjected to the approval of the members through an annual, or I believe then in the absence of an annual general meeting, it should be a special general meeting. So it's not communication, but seeking approval of the membership for the auditor. I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, and forgive my ignorance.
I'll also give a point of order to Senior Counsel Amai.
It is not really a point of order. I support what has just been said by... Hello. I support what has been said by the last speaker because he's reading the provision of the Constitution. But I also want to add something here. That the current auditors have offered themselves to continue in office. that they cannot do because of the provision of the Constitution. That is Article number 722. It states that the auditor shall serve for a maximum period of 3 years, three terms of 1 year each. So in vetting for other auditors to recommend to the annual general meeting, the current auditors are not qualified.
Yes, now I think the Honorable Treasurer, I think you will note about the point of order that Anyona rose on. He has a valid point. It's in the Constitution. Probably now we'll have to call for an SGM to ratify those audits.
I have just spoken to, I don't know when we swear these new members, I don't know when we swear in these new members, but I've just spoken. Huh? Sorry? We do it now. How do we swear them? We want to complete the announcement of elections, please. The audit committee attracted 4 candidates and we needed 5. So that is the first duty of the incoming committee, to coordinate the filling up of the extra 1 position. The procurement committee, 5 positions, but the position only attracted 2. That's another duty for you. Are we together? And we would like to know, to be informed in writing, maybe through WhatsApp, the criteria you are going to use to nominate the extra members. So the other one that is left now is something we glozed over and forgot. When we were ratifying the captains, we forgot to get proposer and seconder. Can I get a proposer for the golf captain? Can I get a proposer for the men's golf captain? Patrick Meiti proposes. What is your membership number? 18325. And who seconds? PN Boro seconds. 18482. Lady captain, who proposes that we ratify her? Lucy Kwetna, you are member of election committee. Professor, can you propose, what is your membership? Say your name and the number.
Margaret Modoni Karaoke, 21112.
You propose that the lady golf
I
captain.
propose the lady captain.
Election. Is there another lady who do second her? Mary Muthoni, please do.
My name is Mary Muthoni, membership number 18277. I second the lady captain.
Yes, and we, Chairman, I know it's been a long day, and I want to leave you to do with the vote of thanks, etc., for the committee. Oh, sorry, I forgot bowling captain. Kahungu, have you, Chris Kiai, do you know how to do bowling? Chris Kiai, what is your number?
18063.
18063.
I propose.
And who seconds? Kenya One, no, Kenya One is not a member. Please shout your name and number.
My name's Collins Mwai, 18460. I second.
Collins Mwai seconds. His membership number is 18416.
Yes.
Thank you. Now what is left? I think what is left is to say, how long are we alive? I think there should, in consultation with the incoming committee, we should know when to resolve ourselves. But in the meantime, we like to express, this is the time to thank the firm that provided the election services. And they are fully known as Escrow Financial Services. And we thank you. If there are any queries about the election results, what will you do? What will a member do? Can you say that before you?
Thank you very much. So if there are any queries, there is the election committee. You can pass your message to them, then they'll transfer it to us.
I don't know how long we can remain alive, but there is an office in place. If there are any queries, please forward them through the new Secretary General of Ruiru Sports Club for consideration by the election committee. And to be in consultation with them, I think we may just not dissolve ourselves tomorrow, but at least last until some time. I think it will be agreed, but we can't be there forever. I have been advised, I've been reminded that I did not mention the names of the members of the audit team. And these members are, the 4 members of the audit team are Fanuel Mwai, Daniel Mwai, Ngumo Kingori. I like Ngumo Kingori being here. Patrick Veche and Kibera Maina. Where are you? If you are here, run here. Please run here. Let's see you so that we can report irregularities to you. Where are you other colleagues? Oh, only one. But he normally does long drives, so you can't miss him on the on the range and on the fairway. So I think I mentioned all the names. Procurement, Stephen Muitari and Wilson Jenga. Stephen Muitari. What? Oh, am I reading wrong name? Stephen Muitari. Watson Jenga. Chairman, my neighbor, my chairman of the development committee at St. Teresa's of Avila Catholic Church across the street. Congratulations. I want to allow you to make a speech, a statement about this momentous election. Members of, I'm told to retire them, but I can't retire them because you are going to have to sit at least for some time. Okay, you can get out of the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mwalimu. My name is Thomas Mwaura, membership number 18624. The trustees, my IPC, Dominic Chege, honorable members, staff of Ruiru Sports Club, let's respect the flag, please. Thank you. Allow me to express my sincere gratitude for your trust in me, demonstrated by electing me as your new chairman of Ruiru Sports Club. I'm deeply honored to be entrusted with the responsibility of leading our club to gather higher heights over the coming year. Today's peaceful, credible election process is a statement to the growth and maturity of Ruiru Sports Club, firmly placed its destiny in the hands of its members. The capable team elected today, this afternoon, bears a weighty task, and I'm confident that we rise to the occasion. While this moment is personally gratifying, it also carries profound responsibility, one which I do not take lightly. I extend my appreciation to all who participated in the democratic process by contesting for the leadership positions. This speech would be incomplete without expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the outgoing management committee led by Dominic Chege for the outstanding services in recent years. I'm committed to building upon their achievements and advancing Ruiru Sports Club as a beacon of excellence. To the new members of the new management, I request you to be upstanding. I urge you to approach our responsibilities with gravity they deserve. Together, we are more than capable of fulfilling the trust placed in us by our members. Rest assured, members, I will dedicate myself tirelessly to the goals we collectively set, listening attentively to all voices and remaining steadfastly committed to Royal Sports Club. I must also acknowledge my opponent for spirited campaign, Mary Muthoni. Well done. We had agreed whoever gets it support the other one, and that's what we are going to do. Our competition drove me to continually strive for the excellence. And with this, last, I remember one day, I've just sent my friend that text. When PMK left the office, when we met maybe few meetings, he sent me a text and asked me, how is it going? And I told him the going is doing very well. He told me, please support DC, that is Dominic Chege, because soon he will be in that position. I'm now the chairman of Radio Sports Club. Thank you. Once again, thank you all. May God bless you and your families. We'll be meeting very soon. Asanteni sana. Okay, I'm here to get used to this system, and I'm requested that I declare this AGM 2024 officially closed with a word of prayer from, where is Father Kimani again? Yes. Well done, thank you.
And congratulations. Mine, just before I say a prayer, is to tell the committee that has just gotten in that they are here for service. Service with love. Love us as members. We may have our own our own weaknesses, shortcomings amongst the members, but we ask you to love the membership. Just that. Because service without love is slavery, it is servitude. So serve us and be happy for the work you are doing. And for the membership, for the work that you had given us as your representative in the election team, on their behalf, let me say thank you very much for that opportunity. And we look forward to greater heights for this club. We pray for unity, and we pray that we be able to progress well. So let us all be upstanding and say a word of prayer of thanksgiving. Let us pray. And somebody may be near. Watini Wanyoike, kindly ask the lady captain to control her team. The vice captain, vice lady captain. Martin Karaja. Ask the team behind you to. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. God, our Heavenly Father, as we come to the end of our long day of AGM as Royal Sports Club, we asked for your blessings this morning. We asked for success, for quick expedition of our agenda, which we have been able to do without any conflict, without any quarrels, and we have done everything well as per your guidance and your spirit. As we come to the end, Lord, we pray for this incoming team led by the chairman, Thomas Mwaura, and his members of the management. Lord, we pray that you be with them so that they may be able to do better. They may be able to unite and be able to guide this club to the next level. We thank you for the team that is outgoing, Dominic Chege and his team, and the good work they have done. Lord, for the service they have given to this club, bless them and grant them better opportunities now and in the future. For the rest of the membership that are being led, Lord, we pray that you be able to do all that is good to make this place a better place for all and even to attract other people so that we become an example, a club of excellence in this region, in Africa and beyond. We pray for our families that also patronize this club with us. Lord, that you grant us safety and security and peace and enjoyment, that whenever we come to this club, we may always find what we look forward to. For our staff who also serve us, Lord, we pray also for them, that they may be able to serve us with commitment, with diligence, without any discrimination, and that we may also, as membership, respect them in their own way as workers of this club. Continue to be with us and to unite us. In all this we pray in Jesus' name. May the Almighty God bless us all, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.